Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to Le Mans Ultimate, where we're checking out the latest update to Le Mans Ultimate. Yes, it's update version 1.1, and with that we have some new cars. It looks like the guys at Studio 397 have been working very hard. Let's put a non-round wheel on the sim rig. What a time to be alive. Would you like to use OneDrive? No. No, I would not. What's in the update? ELMS Championship. Custom liveries. What else is there? Game update. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Apparently they've changed the LMP2 car. Online maintenance until 11. UTC. Hang on, it's 12. What time's 11? Universal time coordinated, isn't that? Yeah, that's in 15 minutes. Okay. We'll test their clocks. Oh no, wrong thing. Rewind. Hello, Robert. What are the new tracks? Silverstone. Is that it? Just Silverstone at the moment. They're gonna run out of space on this bar. They're gonna have to move these up. Hello, Stuart. Whoa. We have LMP3 now. Let's see what these drive like around Silverstone. Hello, TTV. Stay behind. Catch up. Ah, racing starts. How you doing? Oh, I'm tired today. Yeah, I imagine Kunos are going to try and throw me out of the expo. Oh, they love me. We're loading the Silverstone here. Fishing Expo. Sim Fishing Expo 2025. Where all the virtual fishers come together for fishing esports. Hello, Jet Red. I don't think Kunos would listen to me. I think Kunos would. I don't think they're very receptive to anything that I say. Oh, look at this fixed setup. Coach Dave Academy. Hello, amazing yacht destinations. What's today's amazing yacht destination? This car's so slow. Oh no. Oh dear, the acceleration's terrible. Oh, the cold tyres. Bloody hell. What a disaster of a car. What is this? Oh no, this is terrible. Oh, the understeer. Oh, this is awful. My review of the LMP3. Why is it so bad? It feels like I'm walking. How slow is this car? No, the force feedback's pretty rubbish in this game. What? It drives like a tank. Oh, this car's terrible. This is terrible. This car drives. It's like a. It's like a tank. Oh, it's rubbish. Why does it feel like I'm walking? Why does it feel so slow? I'm doing 160 kilometers per hour. Is it the sound or something? It just seems terrible. And the dullest car in all of Sim Racing Award goes to LMU GT LMP3. Oh dear. Silverstone looks nice. Oh, come on. It's such a tank. Oh, no. Why would you ever want to race this? Oh, this is terrible. I don't want to turn and then it locks up. Wow. As you can tell, the excitement is palpable. This is awful, guys. This car's awful.
Time 2:07.45.
It's a Burberry shirt, yeah. Well, yeah, maybe they're terrible in real life as well, but it's, yeah. What's the point in this car? You might as well drive a Skoda or something. What's the point? This car's like more expensive than a Radical, right? What's the point? Honestly, motorsport's gone insane. Is it for someone that's shit at driving to pretend they're driving an LMP2 car? This is terrible. This is such a dull car to drive. Why not just drive a Mini or something? I don't... Honestly, this makes no sense why you'd want to drive this. Like, GT3 cars are bad, but this is on another level. Does have a good shelf, yeah, that's good. LMPs aren't difficult. Hypercars will be. The top end hypercars will be. LMP2's fine. Like, they're all just... These cars are not... Yeah. Oh, man, this is so shit. This car. Oh, my goodness. What's the point? What is the point? No wonder dentists like this. It's like doing a filling. The windscreen looks like you're looking into someone's mouth. Then the sound of the car sounds like the drill. And then it's almost as if you accidentally injected yourself with what's it called? Anesthesia. It drives like you've injected anesthesia into your hands whilst performing dentistry. The pitot tube looks like the dentist cleaning tube as well. Oh, it all makes sense. Why you'd need really good force feedback to make this car interesting. Well, this car's not worth owning. I can't say if they've done a good or bad job. It's just a terrible car. It's not. This is just rubbish. But we turn the force feedback down. I mean, if you like. I don't know if you like shit cars, then maybe you like it. I just don't see the point in that. I do not see the point. No. Adjust my force feedback. My force feedback's on really strong. I'm going to waste my arm effort moving that car around. I mean, the one in iRacing seems a bit more fun to drive, but then the one in iRacing also has iRacing's tyre model issue, but it's a little bit more agile. Well, we definitely are underdriving it, but you don't need to be at pace to tell if a car's terrible. Like, it's just awful. This is the Dentistry Master car. And why would you want to drive this instead of that Megane Trophy V6 or a Radical SR3? Doesn't make any sense, does it? Well, look at the see these houses on the left, right? You can rent them or you can buy them, but you're not allowed to live in them during Formula 1. That's the rules. Yeah, my cam's... I had to move my camera. Let's move this back. There you go. Do you not like head cam? It's how I check if I've shaved my head properly. No, here we go. Here comes the tyre, the cold tyre police. Right. Sim races have a very large misconception as to what cold tyres are like. I don't know what the tyre temperatures are. It doesn't even matter. You just drive the car as it is. I don't care. I don't care what the tyre temperatures are. It's utterly irrelevant. You just drive a car as it is. You don't. If you're driving a real car, you go out to a track, right? You ain't gonna be like, oh, let me just check the tyre temperatures constantly. I mean, to be fair, some steering wheels do tell you the tyre temperatures and pressures, but like. Some don't. Real race cars, you have a circular steering wheel, an RPM gauge, and that's it, right? You don't need to know the tyre temperature. You just go, what grip do I have? How can I drive that as best possible? There you go.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, hello.
Go.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Thank
Your
you.
5 cents on Rennsport.
5 cents. 5 cents on Rennsport. Rennsport, I don't know. I quite like how Rennsport handles. I don't think it's particularly realistic. It's very slidey. It's kind of R-Factor 2-y. It's not as polished as LMU. I don't know that it's launching on console and PC soon. From my perspective with Rennsport, what I really want them to do is to add a bunch of random cars to it, and then just have online races that you jump into, because the netcode's fine. The cars are fun to drive, and they've got an alright online ranking system. It's quick to get into. So, yeah, it's in a bit of a weird situation. It's like it's trying to be a GT... Well, it's not trying to be a GT3 sim, but those are the cars that are promoted the most. What my hope is with Rennsport... I actually quite like how it drives. I prefer AC, obviously. But as a driving game, how it feels to drive, I much prefer to drive Rennsport than ACC or... I think in terms of driving, I actually prefer it over iRacing, just because it's a little bit controllably slidey. But, yeah, like, they just need to, when they launch it on cross-platform, what it needs is some interesting cars, and then the jump-in multiplayer. And hopefully it's got enough people on console so that the servers have enough people in them, so you know, jump in and race. And then it'll make perfect sense as a video game. Looks nice. I've tried the console version and that seemed to actually look alright. And it ran like 60 FPS, which is good. So,
2, 0, 1.
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think Rennsport really appeals to the hardcore PC sim racer, but as a racing game, I think it's fine. They just need good content in it. Random car, not GT3. Random cars, jump in online racing, and then all the skin unlockables and stuff. That's what I would like. So that's my view on Rennsport. But yeah, it's kind of in a weird state at the moment where they're relaunching it cross-platform. Right, I made my steering a bit more sensitive, which has helped this car feel a little bit more responsive. But yeah, you know, I think this would benefit from better force feedback, to be honest. I don't really understand this type of car compared to you know, other vehicles. Yeah, the sound's really not helping, is it? I think this drives better than Evo, though. You know, the physics, just the general tyre behaviour in this. You do have a zone of like slip. I don't think you can hold it particularly well, but there is more of a zone of slip. Yeah, I mean LMP3, that I just don't get it. I'm not even saying that these developers have done a bad job on the car. I'm like, it might be totally fine. It's just like, I do not understand. Like, it's an LMP3 car, costs like £250,000, something stupid, right? Why not just get a radical SR3 for 70,000? Or like, do you know what I mean? Why not just do vintage mini racing? Obviously, the point of this is to get a driver familiar with the visibility, the shape of the car, and, you know, so they could then maybe go up to LMP2, but... well, we've just started this car. I mean, it seems like it's... I think the LMU developers do good quality work. It's just unfortunate that it's not their fault, but GT3 is just a bit rubbish, isn't it? Like... GTE's a lot better, but then that's been discontinued. LMP2's fine, but they're a bit dull in this. For some reason, this is a bit of a dull simulator to play. I mean, a Praga's similar to this, isn't it? But a lot cheaper. So in real life, a real driver of this car was saying, when I was talking to them about it, they were saying that they just drive it with the TC off because the TC system in the real car is shit. And so it's just better to it's easy to drive. It's a really easy to drive car, so they just drive with the TC off and just drive carefully because the TC in the real car is just not good. So let's turn the TC off. Obviously, the TC will be designed for dentists. Yeah, it's the running costs, Broccoli, of those types of cars, more than the actual car purchase price. So, like, yeah, like the thing with the Radical SR3 is the running costs aren't crazy. But once you start getting to race cars, like an F4 car, Pragas, you know, if you need to do any kind of like gearbox work, engine rebuild, I know, replacing components and things, the prices are mental, and then the tyres that you can get through on them can end up being quite expensive as well. So the running costs are like the big thing with a race car, and then like where do you store it, where does it fit? Pure race cars you can't run on track days, like normal track days as well. So with an SR3 you can run it on like a bog standard track day with road cars, because it's just within the spec of like high-end road cars, so like Lotus Elises, Porsches, Ferraris, whatever, right? Whereas the next thing up, like Radical's like the only thing we sort of downforce. The next thing up, you could only drive it on like race test days, which cost like a lot more. So we could try the new LMP2. I mean, that car is drivable. This is drivable, but it was dull. But maybe that's what people want. If you like GT3 and you're shit at driving and you like slow cars that are boring, maybe you enjoy that. You're going to have to like absolutely plough your way through in a race with this car. But that's just how it is. I think LMP3 is for people to pretend to be racing. We'll do a race. Hang on, we might as well do this race whilst we're here. Yeah, the running cost of race cars is crazy. Yeah, so the nice thing with like an SR3 is it is possible for one person to take it to a track and run it on just a track day, but you generally, even then, you probably want two people, like one person in the garage, because you have to heat the oil. You have to, obviously, tyre pressures and everything. You know, there's a whole load of shit that has to be done. Fuel needs to be weighed. There's a lot of stuff, so you probably want someone there with you. I was just talking to someone about this recently. They were saying it is mental. But you could do it as one person. It's a bit silly, but you can. But yeah, once you start getting to actual race cars, you're going to need like 2 or 3 people, probably. And then if you're employing someone a day, what's that, like a basic helper type engineer person? £300-400 for like 5-6 hours. I don't know, maybe less. Maybe you got friends, fine. But if you're paying a private company, which is what a lot of people do, then you're talking like thousands. Well, so if you wanted to rent it's like an Ariel Atom or Radical privately, you turn up. I think it's like £1,500, and you'll probably get about 30 laps, 40 laps.
Formation lap has started.
Formation lap has started. I tell you one thing that LMU does do well, I think, with its cold tyres, as obviously me being a professional race driver that knows these things. Oh, by the way, V for Viti, thank you for your donation as well. I will add you to the sponsors of Sim Racing Expo. One thing that LMU does well with its cold tyres is that the car's still controllable. It's just understeery, right? Or like you know, you can do that if you welly the throttle. Maybe it's a little bit too unforgiving on wellying the throttle, but it's not like if you're not, there's a range before it just insta turns off, right? There's a range before it insta turns off, which is a lot better, and also like it generally being understeery is better. Like Yeah, iRacing's cold tyres are super weird. And Sims do cold tyres really weirdly anyway, but like a car on cold tyres still has like some balance. It's just very low grip, right? I think this, for some reason, Sims seem to not get that right. It's probably like the grip of the tyre, I think, can affect like diff behaviour and a whole bunch of stuff in the simulator. And then you have to pass a threshold of like tyre grip for the other parts of the physics engine to operate properly. And there's always like a sweet spot with physics engines as to what works well and what doesn't, just due to like the sort of technical limitations and how these things are programmed. No, this is fine. This is great. This is perfect visibility. I don't know what you mean.
Green flag, green flag.
It's more controllable than the iRacing one, but it feels slower and less agile. It doesn't have iRacing's huge tire model issue at the limit, which is nice. Shouldn't it tend to oversteer with huge, bigger rear tire? Well, it's not about what it tends to do. It's just about you still being able to control what it's doing. But I don't know, like, it's just generally the case that if the front tyres aren't gripping the road, you will just get really bad understeer. Like in wet conditions, for example, you have to move the brake bars right to the back. So you know, on the throttle for sure you'll get oversteer, but generally if someone's driving on low grip cold tyres, they're not going to be like mashing the throttle, are they? It'll just be that the front of the car's not purchasing the road, so they'll just keep understeering. I don't know. I don't know why we are so slow. Maybe the AI's on super hard or something. I wonder how well the AI do on medium tyres. Look at this little pathetic windscreen wiper. This is AI, you know, like.
Lap 208.78.
I love people questioning our pace, and then I never see these people racing us in our server on AC in like the most realistic simulator on the market. It's weird that. Like. I never see the people that question our pace beating us on in our servers, or in the top 3 cars on our servers. It's strange that. I don't know why that could be. I never see them. I never see those names on iRacing in the top split with me either, which is weird. This. I don't know. It's just interesting, isn't it? You get these people that are like, why is he so slow? Why is he so slow? It's like, well, have I ever seen you guys ever race with us for you to be in the position to make that statement? I'm not claiming I'm fast. I'm not saying I'm quick. It's just really weird when you see online the people saying that someone's slow. I've never seen any of those people be quick. And of all the drivers I know that are genuinely fast, I never see them calling other people like slow or whatever, right? They don't mention it, right? It's always really slow drivers that call other people slow. That's the thing. So yeah, I mean, you're welcome to come on our servers and teach us how to drive. I don't know, whatever AI setting we've got on here, they're gone. Slow, slow. We do racing with subs all the time. The problem is we race actual good race cars and it confuses people. We race like the Megane Trophy V6 and the F2004 and well, vintage Shelby Cobra. You know, we don't race pathetic GT cars. We race real race cars. Okay. Hang on, they've all pitted for wet tyres. Right, I don't know why it's raining. Let's. Is there an online race for this? Let's have a look at the settings here. When I'm racing penny farthings. Where's the difficulty saying? It is. It's good though that you can have AI that are. So on 97, that's good. It's good being able to have AI that are fast because in Evo, for example, with a whole bunch of the cars, if we set the AI to 100, they're way off the pace. Whereas my pace with AI is normally like in race room, it's like 94. So if you put race room AI on 100, they're quite fast. They're still slow in certain corners, but it's a nice thing with this that you know so in R Factor 1, R Factor 2, and race room, the AI don't use the same player physics, so the AI can actually cheat, which is good because it means you can then. Project Cars 2 has this as well, actually. It means that you can then put the AI is not using player physics, but it means you can make the AI faster, so you always have a challenge to race against. Like, I think it's physically impossible to beat the AI, like for like an esport, like a top sim racer physically couldn't beat AI in these sims if you put more max settings. Like it's just not physically possible. But I think that's a good thing to have. So you've always got, you've got some wiggle room. Yeah, I don't know with race room. I think it's like 96%. I think I put it at. Can't remember. But yeah, AC1 Evo, the AI is just not good. They do. Let's just put this on like 88. It's hard finding the exact amount. Race room has a good auto setting, which is quite nice. How do you change the weather? Oh, thank you. Let's try that. I don't know yet. This MP3 card's a bit dull, but I think that's how it is in real life, so. Yeah, AI always struggles with tight, slow corners where you got an aggressive break point or chicanes, especially when there's more than one AI. There's like, you end up with this like domino effect of AI. Yeah, remember that. Well, it's because all you had was beating the AI, so that became like the thing. Whereas now it's just like all people care about is I rating. But it's kind of funny because I rating is it's purely your hot lap pace and just doing that over and over again. That will be what your I rating ends up being. Don't race anyone. So whatever your lap time is. Don't race anyone in a race, basically, just stay away from them. if someone's faster than you, just let them pass you, and then just do races. And if you're 7/10 off pace, you'll be 5k I rating, because that's what I am. I'm like, if I put a lot of time into a sim, I'm between 7/10 and 1 second from fast, like actual fast pace. Not that wouldn't be esports pace, but like, you know, like good, sort of good decent pace of a track. Basically 7/10 to a second off what is what I would describe as fundamental technique. Because I can tell that I'm shit at driving. I'm good enough to know that I'm really shit in my technique, but I know the techniques, I know the racing lines on tracks, I know how to drive. I'm just shit at driving, right? But that still gets you to like 7/10 a second off pace, right? Whereas yeah, that's like 5k I rating, give or take, with Formula cars at least. I don't know with the roadside, it's probably different. Most sim races are like way off that, which is really which means they're not even braking vaguely correctly, or you know, they're doing a lot wrong. A lot of pace though as well is just racing line, and without a lot of practice it can be hard for sims, especially where there's some like pretty egregious lines you can take and cuts, and like curbing cuts and stuff. A lot of pace is just from racing line, not even well, iRacing especially, it's not about balancing the car or anything, it's just racing line and being smooth. The cold tires. we ain't not making that. Yeah, if you turn the TC off on this car, it's a bit more enjoyable. It still doesn't want to, like, I don't know, there's still something a bit like funky about R Factor 2 and LMU physics. Oh, okay. Maybe with cold tires you want TC on 1. Hello, Beers Junkie. The tyres flat spot way too easy in this game, and it's really rubbish. I don't know why. Like, it's absurd. Like, a little slide should not mega flat spot tyres to the point where your wheels vibrating mentally. Free massage. I mean, R-Factor 2's always had this weird flat spotting thing. Not that you can't flat spot tyres, obviously, and not that it can't be really bad, but it's just weird how it is in R-Factor 2. It's just cold. It's just the cold tyres. It doesn't matter. Right. Tyre temperature, tyre pressure, track, everything. None of it matters, right? All that matters is just driving the car as it currently is. There's this weird thing with sim races to like... I know someone's like, oh, it just looks slippy. I wonder what the grip is. And so maybe it's slippy because the track grip's low or the tyres are cold, right? I get that. However... there's this mental thing in sim racing. It's this like proceduralization of interpretation of how to drive a car or what's going on. And it's like, great, that's fine for analysis. That's fine for like a good way to break things down to get better. However, I think a lot of sim racers, what they need to do is just drive the bloody cars. I think this is something that's got worse in sim racing, and I think it's largely because of driver coaching and YouTubers, and the terrible cars that we have in sim racing that are popular, like GT3, and the way that ACC was with tyre pressure. What's happened is a huge number of sim racers are like driving like robots, and iRacing is guilty of this because you can't balance the cars properly at the limit, and if you start sliding in iRacing, in any normal way of sliding and balancing, you're slower, so you have to turn everything into a robotic process, right? So it's like utterly beside the point of what you're doing as a player of a video game. It's like, drive the car and just drive it. And use the feeling and what you can see to drive the car. That's what you should be doing in a race car if you're driving for fun, which I assume most people are probably... that's what they're driving for, right? Apparently they're not. But all that matters is, can you feel the car at any point in time, and can you balance and get the most out of it and hold a bit of slip? That is the point of you know... And unfortunately, sim racers have gone down this path of like... what's the pressures? What's the temperature? What's the track grip at? What's this setup? What's this? And then they're doing that with cars that are complete shit, like GT3 cars. Fair enough if you're doing that with like a GT1 car or something that's actually a good car, but no, they're going into all this like excruciating robotic levels of stuff with cars that have like monstrous TC ABS and God knows what broken things with them. Honestly, the state of sim racing, guys. The sim racers and just the way that sim racing and the degree to which they've robotized and taken the joy out of it, or basically just try to take any playfulness out of the experience for themselves. Like, they're like, oh, how can I turn this into a job? How can I turn this into a job? Oh, let me watch 300 trail braking videos. Oh, look, I've got the trail braking graph on my screen. Oh no, the spike was slightly different that last time. I need to make sure that the trail's smoother because it's faster. It's like, just drive the car and feel what it's doing, and look at, maybe have the delta bar on the screen and keep adjusting as you're driving. Feel it out. Enjoy driving. honestly, sim racers just hate the actual act of driving and enjoying driving. I'm sure it's just like they want to ruin it for themselves. Well, if you want to be a real race driver, if you want to do a Jimmy or a Swolio, it's nothing to do with sim racing. It's absolutely nothing to do with sim racing at all. It's to do with how can you make a business that makes money. So in Swolio's case, he's a really good driver, great talent and good at coaching and stuff. But that's the reason he's in a real car isn't because he's a good driver. The reason is because he found a way to leverage the argument from authority as a good driver and from his esports stuff, leverage that argument from authority into lessons and coaching that the idiotic, gullible, shit at driving sim racers are happy to pay loads of money for under the guise that they will get better at sim racing when they never will. So it's the business of making money out of desperate sim racers, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people enjoyed it, and I'm not saying they wasted their money. They'll have had fun, but that's the genius of Swolio is making money out of sim racers, and that's what got him to a real car, right? He's a very good driver, he's very talented, but that has nothing to do with being in a real race car. Being in a real race car is entirely to do with how much money you have. That's all that matters. With Jimmy, it's a guy that's very personable, with a really good narrative story in a shed. So that's really like it's a nice underdog story. Playing a popular video game, Gran Turismo, grinding it, and appealing to the teenagers in Gran Turismo, and building an audience off of that huge user base of that video game. With a really good story, him being personable and also being good at communicating and talking, which is great. I'm not undermining their skills. It's fantastic. Swolio as well, really good communicator, really good at talking. Absolutely awesome. But the reason he's in a real car has nothing to do with how skilled he is as a driver. Jimmy's a good driver, but that's beside the point. It's just, have you made money? The reason Jardier is in a real car has nothing to do with the fact that he's actually a good driver, but it's not to do with that. There's thousands of really good drivers. Jardier, again, really positive, really personable, managed to be the sort of face of ACC. So, a game that also launched on consoles, had a much wider audience. So it's then enough of an audience to build up a user base to then have something that's marketable to businesses that want to have a human face to slap on their corporate empire. And so that's what businesses want. They want a happy smiley face, right? So Jardier is a good, you know, he's wealthy from doing good. He's very good as a streamer. I'm not undermining his streaming talent. It's very good. But the reason he's in a car in real life is because he's wealthy. It's nothing to do with the talent of driving. It's communication talent, and it's business. It's just business talent. I'm not undermining that. It's hard. You know, I think Swolio, Jimmy, Jardier all do a really good job at what they do. But it's not to do with the underlying driving talent. That it's good that they are good at driving, but it's not like that's not the crux of it. There's thousands of people that are very good drivers. Yeah, Baldwin is just about starting to make it as he's managed to build up a profile. But Baldwin, for years, has probably been one of the most talented sim racers, and had to win like multiple esports stuff at a stupidly high level in multiple simulators, whilst also being like the most presentable, most ridiculously anodyne and presentable British person. And look how much he tried to do it through the talent, actual pure talent route, and had very little success. And even when he like did absolutely incredible. That's got no value to anyone. But once he started to build up a good actual profile and become a value to business, well, he'll be driving real race cars because it's about money. It's not about how good you are at driving. It's just money. It's just business. So, yeah, I don't know who started this on this, but people really need to understand that if you want to be driving a real race car, you need to work out how to make money. You can make money through sim racing. There are ways to do it, but your actual ability to drive is not really the crucial component. But yeah, Baldwin is mentally talented. James Baldwin is sickeningly talented, right? At sim racing and probably real driving. In terms of like, if you want an example of real motorsport, ignoring someone that's probably like potentially like a generational talent, you don't get someone that can be that shit hot in multiple simulators that's typically then not very good in real cars. But imagine if James Baldwin was given the funding for him to do go-karting from a young age, so that he could, instead of wasting his time on bloody driving video games, he could have been doing real driving. He would have been really, really good. Like, I don't doubt he could have got into Formula 1 or something, right? Or at least, you know, be top tier GT driver. It's just... So anyway, the lesson to take away from it, guys, motorsport is just a business. It's just a business. It's all about money. It's not about driving skill. I don't know what started this rant again. If the point was, if you want to do real driving, don't get good at sim racing, get good at making money.
Lap 2:02.75.
But yeah, bro, if you'll complain about physics. Oh no, for sure I'll complain about real world physics. I do all the time. You've noticed when I'm on my kayak or my mountain bike or skiing, it's perfectly fine to complain about what's annoying you. I don't see the problem. Like when there's bloody weeds clogging up my skeg on my kayak, it's annoying. Because I then have to like declog it. Or when it's really windy and I've been sea kayaking and I've been blown out to sea, I'm going to complain about the weather. I mean, I'm not angry at the weather, it is what it is, but I'm going to be like, bloody hell, this is a pain in the arse. I don't see, or if you're skiing and you spontaneously ski over a patch of ice, it's perfectly reasonable to go, shit, I can't steer because there's ice randomly here. No, when it comes to like sports and stuff, it's me complaining about me being too unfit and fat. Ironically, the solution to that is to do more sports. Fortunately though, when it's windy and you go, oh, it's very windy, no one's going to go, no, it's not windy, mate. It's only with like video games with deluded user bases where you go, bloody hell, this physics is super wonky, or this thing's happening, and then half the brainwashed user base are like, oh no, it's not. No, when you're skiing and you ski over ice and you go, shit, there's a load of ice there, mate, watch out, you don't have half the people going, oh no, there isn't. They go, oh, thanks for letting me know that there's like water that's come across, or a tree's like water's like gone on the where the snow is, or like if there's a, do you know what I mean? People go, oh yeah, awesome. Or like if you're doing climbing or something, and someone says, oh no, this hold's really tricky, or this is a really difficult thing to do, or maybe try this thing. You're like, oh, thanks. Nobody goes, no, it isn't. Hang on. You went to hospital, snapped knee after doing martial arts for tens of years, and the doc said I should do some exercise. Well, maybe he meant do different exercises. Maybe the doctor, he was trying to recommend that you do exercises that don't involve snapping your knee. I think that's probably what he was trying to get at. Maybe like walking could be good, or like fishing. Maybe that's what he meant.
Drivers, go to the grid for a race start.
Swimming, well, yeah, I mean, the problem with swimming is you're ultimately swimming in a giant bath of people's piss. Like, I do not understand. Right, I love swimming. Oh, hello, Billy Orish, talking about baths full of urine. Billy Orish with the raid, thanks, man. Welcome. Billy Orish is in the house. Billy Orish, here he is. Billy Orish, he likes to sim race. Billy Orish, follow him now. Give him a follow, guy. Bath of pish. Hey, bath of pish. Swimming pools. It's a giant bath and lots of people pee in it. I love swimming. And the problem is, I don't like the idea of swimming in people's, like, bodily fluids. It's kind of disgusting. It's in your eyes and everything. You wouldn't, like, rub urine in your eyes, would you? And then, okay, you could go, well, the chemicals in the pool convert the urine into other stuff and it's sterilised. But you're still swimming in their pee. And then you go, okay, well, I'll only swim in the sea. Well, then you're swimming in fish piss. You can't, urine sterile. No, actually, urine is, but by the time it's gone through the urethral canal and has exited the genitalia, you will have found that it actually has stuff on it. So, I'm sorry. And also, just because it's sterile doesn't mean that I'm going to love it. Like, what argument is that? Oh, it's sterile. Yeah, if I, like, incinerated a block of faeces, it would be sterile. I'm still not going to want to rub it on my body, am I? Like, how does it being sterile? It's like, it's not that I'm worried I'm going to catch something from the urine. That's not my concern. My concern is swimming in the swimming pool full of people's bodily fluids. It's not about catching stuff. It's just not nice, is it? It's like, imagine a sweaty person coming up to you and rubbing sweat all over you. That's what you're doing. And they just accept it. But as I say, if you go to the seaside, you're swimming in fish pish. You can't escape it. Everything. Pish, fish pish. Yeah. So, anyway, that's why I like swimming, but I fast flowing rivers, for some reason in my mind that's okay. Imagine the things you're breathing every day. You can't isolate yourself from the world. Yeah, Johnny, you can isolate yourself from swimming in piss though, can't you? By not swimming in piss. What kind of argument are you making? If that's like, yeah, you can't isolate yourself from everything, but yeah, if you don't swim in a pool of urine, you ain't swimming in a pool of urine. What argument are you making? It's like, yeah, keep walking across the motorway. You can't isolate yourself from getting run over. It's like Yanni's like walking on a volcano with it erupting and magma landing on his friends, and he's going, guys, you can't isolate yourself from everything. You can't isolate yourself from everything. It's like, no, you can just not go on the volcano. You know, you don't have to walk on the volcano. You can stay away from it. Pompeii did not need to be built on the volcano, did it? It could have been built somewhere further away from the volcano. Put the farms on it, but not the whole city. Right. Anyway, what were we talking about? Sometimes, guys, honestly. Consider who manufactured my clothes. Well, probably some people in India, probably some China. They make good clothes. Yeah, exactly, Ben. That's what I'm saying. A fast-flowing river. I'm not saying this is rational. Forget the game, guys. It's all about pish swimming, this stream. Right. If a river's flowing quickly and it's clear water, in my mind, it's more likely to be like fresh rainwater or like glacial melt or something. So it's going to have a higher content of water to urine fish excrement ratio, right? And so if it's, and also if there was something, it would go past me quickly. I mean, you choose to go outside with all kinds of radiation because it's irrelevant. Same with swimming in the ocean. No, I like swimming in the ocean. For some reason, it bothers me more when it's human bodily fluids compared to animals. Whereas it probably shouldn't. I mean, imagine if like a whale was to like share a swimming pool and a whale was to like urinate in the pool. The whole pool would be like whale urine. So, but like, it doesn't bother me with the sea. There's obviously like a level of excrement and bodily fluid or fish fluid that I deem acceptable. It's relative to the size of the body of the water. I think that's what it is. It's that it's being trapped in what is effectively a large bathtub changes the scenario. You know. Yeah, but Ben S, I can wear gloves. I'm just saying the concept of a swimming pool is bizarre and accepted by people more than I think it should be. Name another scenario where that's like okay. But we have these weird things that people do that people think is fine, like cinemas. Let's all go in a room and sit and watch a film in silence, but let's then serve noisy food to everybody and have it so that they stand up and block your view. Like, why? Like, okay, logistically, in the past, you couldn't watch a film because no one could afford projectors, so you needed to make it financially work. But that's not the case anymore. So there's just these weird things that people do. Like, in the past, they didn't have bathtubs or showers in the houses because they didn't have water and what have you. So you'd have to go to a bath. Makes sense, but why keep it? Why not do something different? You know? I'm just saying there's some weird cultural things that I'm not telling you what to do. Do whatever you want to do. No, but Mr. Schizoid for Jesus, if I'm going on the London Underground, possibly one of the most disgusting places on earth, it's not out of choice. People are choosing to go to it. You're mixing up, like, choosing to do something that's a bit weird versus having to do something that's weird because you don't have a choice, right? Do you think I want to go on, like, flea-ridden, vomit-smelling fabric underground seats? Of course I don't. Are you mental? Also, why do they use fabric on the London Underground and not plastic seats? Like, honestly, it's insane. John, there's the people that go about fastidiously checking their tide temps before they go out on track. Yeah, it's almost like they're thinking about the thing that doesn't really matter that much at their skill level. Bukaku Pool Fest. It's a reasonable conversation. I'm just saying, why do people accept swimming pools like they do? It's absurd. And not having plastic seats on the London Underground is disgusting. Anyway, let me just urinate in my GT3 car.
Formation lab has started.
Yeah. No, I did say that yeah, the chlorine is sterile, the chlorine converts it into something else, but I'm not saying it's completely rational. And I mean, we've already identified the sea's full of, like, God knows what. and I say like fast flowing water is the optimal situation. I'm not arguing against people wanting to swim. I'm just saying that swimming pools are disgusting. Sorry I've upset the swimming pool defence league. This man is on the internet slandering my swimming pool. I enjoyed my youth at the pool. How dare he? All my childhood memories at the pool have been invalidated by this man's views about the filth that is a swimming pool. I must put an end to his slander. This pool slander stops now. How dare you slander my pool? Right.
Green flag, green flag.
Exactly. It's like if you don't think about it, it's okay. I used to do lots of swimming as well. I really like swimming in the sea, and I like swimming in rivers. I like kayaking as well. There's literal Weil's disease in most of the rivers in the UK, which will absolutely F you up unless you get antibiotics. So if you ever feel sick after swimming near a river or getting river water on you, go to the doctors quickly. Germany has some really nice rivers, with like the river that goes through Munich and the Rhine further east. The Rhine's really nice. Oh man, the AI is too much faster. Oh, he's going to plough me. Good, the AI's good. Maybe we had too much TC. Ow. Freshwater lakes in Canada half come with UTI or burning eyes. Yeah, we have a lot of farm runoff in the UK rivers. Basically, there's a big problem with like if it's rain as well. If it's been rainy, the water companies do sewage runoff, like sewage overflow into the rivers. Why is it raining? I turned the rain off. I'm sure we changed that setting. Yeah, America and Canada have amazing countryside. Yeah, look. I love swimming. Pools disgust me, alright? Why did we even start talking about swimming pools? Still rains everywhere. Yeah, it's just like, yeah. Sorry, we're going to ignore your settings because that would be unrealistic. What a send. Yeah, he doesn't like a good argument. It's a shame I'm not a really hot
One more day.
lady, really. I mean, imagine if I was like a super hot, slim lady, beautiful, with a German accent. And imagine me arguing with the chat as a super hot, slim German lady. How good would that be for streaming content? Why do I have to be a fat, bold British guy? It's just rubbish. The least I could do is get like a six-pack or something. When someone's hot, it changes everything. Like, as a fat, bold, annoying British guy, it's just like, oh god, what a loser. What's he doing? Oh god, I hate this guy. Oh, it's repulsive, right? That's what you come away from this channel. But if I was a super hot German streamer doing exactly the same thing, everyone would be like, oh, we love how spicy she is. We love her passion. You know. It's not my fault I was born as an annoying, bold, fat git. I didn't choose this. Yeah. It's too inconvenient. You know, it's too much work. Too expensive. I couldn't put up with all the abuse. It's not worth it. Transitioning would be terrible. You have to put up with being the scapegoat for all the fascists that are trying to hide the fact that they're fascists. You immediately become the target of all the incels that want something to blame other than themselves. You know, you immediately become part of the distraction machine that's designed to make you not pay attention to wealth inequality. You don't want that. Hang on. Change the tyres. What's going on? Is that doing it? Oh, is this... Didn't even know about that. There we go. Tyres changed. Hello? Oh, we put some fuel in. Yeah, I think people need to realise that they're being divided for the sake of maintaining the wealth of... Oh, stop and go penalty. I've got a speed limiter on, you idiot. Or was that not the pit exit? Yeah, people are being divided and distracted for the sake of a small number of very wealthy people wanting to maintain their power. I can't... It's really weird how people are so easily distracted. Like, obviously, there are issues with immigration and you know, like housing, and there are cultural issues for sure. Especially with, like, you can't just put loads of you can't just move a load of disenfranchised people into an area that's full of already disenfranchised people that have been abused by the previous governments, right? That's obviously not going to work. So there are very real issues that need to be addressed, but at the same time there's so many other things as well that are much bigger issues, namely wealth inequality, which is what's causing most of the problems. So it's just not really a can of worms. The only worms is people being distracted from the actual issue, which is wealth inequality. And it's intentional, and it's a shame that people will be exploited and divided and fall for those tricks. So it's not a left or right issue. It's not a conservative or liberal issue. The wealth inequality affects everyone. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, atheist, Muslim, gay, straight, trans, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The issue is you have a small group of people that have stolen the resources and wealth from the majority of people and have continued to do so over the last 100 years. And until that's addressed, you're not going to get anything getting better. It's just that simple. The solution's not simple, but that's the reality. And the thing is, they don't want you to see that reality. Because if you talk and see the reality, you can actually work on fixing the reality, right? So what they want you to do is to be like, oh, blame that person with different skin colour, or blame those people from another country, or blame these people with a different gender or different sexuality, or blame them. Focus on that. Focus on that. Focus on that. It's like, whatever you do, don't focus on the fundamental financial system, which is the thing that's actually controlling everything. Don't focus on the important thing, guys. Do you know what? It's like fixating on tyre pressures and car setup whilst ignoring the tyre model. You have to look at what's the root issue that's the fundamental cause. And if you look at a lot of, it's not everything, but if you look at like stuff that affects like your house you live in, or the price that you rent, or the schools in your local area, or the quality of healthcare, or the quality of the water and food availability, all that stuff is predicated on wealth inequality and a minority of people stealing all the resources. So, there you go. Fortunately, though, people pay attention to these things and are not tricked easily, so it'll all be good. Don't worry. Do you know what's really sad? Is like, when I was like 10, 11, I would watch like George Carlin and these comedians. And I would be like, oh, look, they pointed stuff out. I'm sure, you know, it was already a bit tired by like the 80s. It was already a bit lame and tired, you know. Oh, it's boring. 40 years later, same shit but worse. Right, beautiful. Beautiful racing. But maybe we can do some online racing. I mean, it's an LMP3 car, guys. LMP3 car. What's that? Schizoid for Jesus. Which minority? Well, I don't know what you're saying. I don't even know what you mean. You think you missed the point of what I was saying. What's going on in UK West? Hello, Christoph. Oh, we need to add. Yeah, need to change some stuff here. Let's see what's going on online here. We're testing here. Is it daily? Le Mans Cup. There's the LMP2. How long is this race? 51 minutes, 34 minutes. WEC Experience, 17 minutes. We've got the hypercar. We can do the P3 in this, but then it's just dividing the grid up, isn't it? So I'm not sure if it's that good. Yeah, we have to go back to tyre models. It always comes back to tyre models. You claim that a certain minority is dividing the population for personal gain. Which one? The super wealthy. Pay attention. the super wealthy. Like I literally said, the super wealthy are dividing the population. That it's not hard. It's not an elaborate puzzle. Whoever's got the most power typically, often people that gravitate to having lots of power like to maintain that power. It's not even necessarily Musk or any. I mean, he is one of the very wealthy people. It's not one person. It's a systemic issue. So it's not about going, oh, I don't like this person, I like that person, or whatever. It's just a systemic issue. It's the design of it. There's a small group of people, probably 5,000 to 10,000 people, that through intentional design of things, through them lobbying, the way they manage their businesses, them wanting to maintain even more power and them never being happy with it, they don't care about your average person because they don't even know who your average person is. So the point is, if your average person doesn't want things to be shit, things don't improve by attacking minority groups. Things improve by you going, oh, hang on a minute, the financial structure of the system is incorrect and we need to push for that to be improved. No, are you just being... no, they're not schizoid for G's. What are you on about? No, I think you might just be a racist. I think you're trying to imply something else, which is not what I'm saying at all. No, it's not a single group. It's not a single religion. It's not a single country. It is just structural wealth. It's just the system of... It's not even like darkly sinister. It's boring. It's just boring. It's just a structural thing. What do? We could try the new prototypes, but it's on Monza. Uh, 51 minutes to do this. Have they changed the GT3 cars? Yeah, you don't need to blame individual people. You need to look at things systemically and go, well, what's actually being done? Yeah, it's any person that's themselves that's so like everyone has a degree of guilt to this as well, on in a similar way with to differing degrees. So, for example, I'm like a dirty, wealthy Westerner that's benefited from like total BS of historic things with Britain, right? And then have I done as much as I could really do to mitigate those things? Probably not, because I'm evil as well. But you can at least call attention to it, and then if you have an option to act on it, if there's an opportunity to act on it, you can then go, oh, look, I'm aware of how I've benefited from stuff that's really not that fair, and I can take some actions that ideally don't make things even worse, right? It's you know... Right, let's try this GT3 car, why not? But yeah, I'm just saying, it's a shame that people can be divided to infight between each other, rather than looking at the actual root of stuff. I've got DD wheels, yeah. I'm fighting against what matters. Lack of dynamic range. Car setup. We're just gonna Coach Dave Academy it. Why not? It's like debating whether this car feels bad and that car feels awful while the fundamental issue is the tyre. Exactly. So the problem is, it's easier. So if you haven't really thought about stuff, it's easier to make someone emotional about another group of people. It's easier to incite like anger from people and to get them to, you know, scapegoat someone else or like blame a group of people. It's a lot harder conceptually for someone to blame a systemic issue, because it's not something that you naturally, like, people grow up around other people, so they want to then generally people's perception of stuff is around other people, like what they seem to see directly. What is going on with that windscreen wiper? It's a lot harder concept to explain to someone that wealth inequality is the fundamental root of this than it is for someone to go, oh, it's this group of people, let's blame that group of people. Why is my windscreen wiper doing this? This windscreen wiper's drunk. No, Matt. Bro. Why is my windscreen wiper broken? Oh, the event started. No, the windscreen wiper is still going. What are you doing, mate? Ah. Oh, okay. Oh. You were unable to join this. What's going on here? Does it try to auto-join us? Thanks, Eruditus. Yeah, thanks for that. That's clearly the solution. Right. My bro! Here we go. My bro! Here we go. Let's go Le Mans racing in the GT3. I don't even know what car we picked. Just picked a random car. Skywork. It's not even international elite though. I get yeah. It's just a shame that people can be divided between each other to infight rather than. Also, I think there's the problem of like long-term issues and longer-term thinking. So it's harder conceptually and it's seemingly less rewarding. So it's like the idea of going, right, we need to let's build a whole bunch of schools, but it's going to take 10 years for that return on investment. And then it seems like the average person would be like, oh well, you've just spent 500 million on these schools, but what's the benefit like immediately? Whereas if someone was to say, oh, I'm going to spend 10 million and do this one-off thing, there's just like a whole time scale to these things that I think people struggle with. No, I'm staying away, Matt, from South African politics. I'm not going there. Like, I did grow up watching a lot of documentaries on South Africa, but I am not going into South African territory. This is far too complicated. Also, I mean, I will be honest. I think those aliens were quite intimidating. You know, in fairness, the spaceships. I've never been to South Africa, no. It's got beautiful countryside though. Like we fly over it in flight sim all the time. I'd like to visit one day, but everybody I know that has lived there or lives there, it says don't go because it's too dangerous at the moment. I'm sure it has dangerous and safe areas though. Hello, chill robots. I was green. I'm colourblind. I was like... Go. It's a nice looking track, this. I could do with a Nando's right now, would be nice. Germany's too big. Germany is actually huge. Like, it's crazy how big... because it's like a big circular shape, whereas the UK is like thin and long. So I was looking at like if you go from Dortmund to Berlin, it's like the same as going from London to Edinburgh. That's not even half of Germany. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why people think of Nando's as Portuguese when it's South African. That burger place in the UK is South African as well. What's it called? We don't really have them anymore. Not Little Chef. What's the little burger thing? What's the British burger? It's not British, but everyone thought it was. Not Burger King, not McDonald's, but like the one that was on all the motorway service stations. Wimpy, yeah, that's it. I think it was that one. That was the one that was South African. It's really expensive. No, but even the ones that aren't in gas stations are expensive. That's the thing. Probably like £5, £4.50 for a cup of tea. Maybe, yeah, like £5.
151.47.
Yeah, you might as well just drink the petrol from you might as well just drink the petrol, it's cheaper. Well, isn't piri piri, so, like the flavours used in that, isn't that more of like a Jamaican style? Oh, actually, maybe not. It's like lemon. It's lemon with chili, and what else is in it? Garlic, lemon, chili. See, the lemon thing you'd think is more Mediterranean. So like Italian, Croatian tend to have a lot of lemon on things, and obviously Spanish, I guess. So that's, well, like lemon, putting lemon in foods and spices. Whereas I'd say African would be more like having, or like Thai, I think you have a lot of lime in spices and things. There'll be a big mixture, but you know, you tend to get different kind of general choices with flavouring. To be honest, what makes the Nando's chicken nice is it's not even the spices. It's just a charcoal grill cooking a chicken that's not a fat chicken.
That time was a 149.34.
Thing is, Nando's is too expensive now for what it is. It's like 15 quid for a bloody pre-cooked chicken. Mental. Might have got away with that. How do we... I don't have any strategy for this race. I'm mostly vegetarian. I'm not classed myself as a vegetarian, Skyworld. At the moment, I'm a non-eating-tarian because my fridge is defrosting still, and there's nothing in it. All I've got is porridge. It's terrible. Yeah, I still eat a kebab. I still eat a doner kebab. I'm just not. I'm just not buying meat when I'm for myself. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a vegetarian. I still eat meat. I just try not to. 35-minute race. Meat's nutritious. Well, I mean, so's like mushrooms, so's lentils, so's beans, so's whipped cream from a cow. Oh dear. Oh, thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Woo! Where are you getting fat soluble vitamins from? Tree bark, mate. It's not that simple, is it? Come on, man. Like, put things on a scale. Like, this is the thing, when people like go massively against like vegetarianism or like other stuff. Like, a vegetarian could still eat eggs if they want to. Like, even if someone's a vegan, they can still get the general vitamins and nutrients that would, in many ways, still be healthier than someone that just eats crisps or is eating loads of processed food, right? So, yeah, you could probably make you can make an argument. You're like, okay, eating a balanced diet of some meats, mostly vegetables, a lot of fibre, whatever. That's probably a better thing to be doing, right? But, you know, unless you were to have a conversation on the exact specific diet someone was having, if they're generally a vegetarian and maybe they eat some like yogurt and some eggs and then mostly vegetables, lentils and beans and stuff, I would wager statistically they're probably going to be more healthy than the average person that's just eating pre-processed food or a lot of meat or not thinking about it at all, right? So you could make an argument that you could have like maybe a meat diet could be optimal for certain types of things, sure, and you could, as a vegan especially, you could be nutrient deficient in certain things, or you might find it really hard to get the nutrients, or you're you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff. So, but you can't, there's no way to just make a blanket argument that veganism or vegetarianism is by default bad. In the same way, you can't make a blanket argument saying that a carnivorous diet or meat diet is blanket bad. It's just not that simple. Not a doctor, by the way, guys. Don't listen to what I say. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it depends what you mean by restrictive diet, though. There's no a balanced vegetarian diet isn't necessarily restrictive. So, but yeah, I mean, like a hardcore vegan diet could potentially be restricted. You'd have to go and ask the person what exactly are they eating or not eating. I mean, this is ridiculous. How am I supposed to... They've just driven off before I could even get with them.
Green flag.
Absolutely scammed. Ah! Little bit of a technical issue there with the speed limiter. What on earth? As I say, like, let's if you were to take someone that was a vegetarian, maybe not eating optimally, but they're getting a moderate amount of exercise, they're generally not eating processed food, they're being quite considerate with what they eat, is it more or less likely that they will be healthier than someone that's just only eating processed food, right? Do you know what I mean? No, but you're being Uhtred. That's so pedantically moronic, and you know that's stupid. Obviously, there's some processed foods that are less worse than other processed foods. Like, obviously, when someone says processed foods, they don't mean any food that's being processed. They mean stuff like stuff that's had loads of salt added to it, or loads of random preservatives, or like a whole mixture of stuff added to it, or, you know, maybe it's been smoked and you're predominantly eating smoked. Like, there'll be a range of things. Yeah, but that's... Why are you right, do I need to explain basic conversation to you? Do I need to, like, obviously, when someone says processed food, they're obviously not talking about the processed foods that are pretty much universally considered to be perfectly healthy because they're not, like, you know how language works, right? It's like me going, bikes are dangerous, and then someone going, yeah, but cycles on a cycle path are actually really good for your health. It's like, well, do you not think the person saying that bikes are dangerous was talking about motorbikes? Driven probably over the speed limit. Stupid. Oh dear. What an insufferable, pedantic approach to conversation. I'm not cranky. It's just the most moronic way to converse. Oh, processed food's bad, but I eat rye bread and I'm fine. I mean, technically porridge is processed as well, but yeah. It's not exactly the same as, like, salted red meat, is it? It's like bringing it back to sim racing. It's like Marvin's force feedback app. That's processing the force feedback, but you can still feel what's going on, so it's good processing. However, if you put loads of, like, rando filters on your wheelbase, that's bad processing. Well, it's not over processed or under processed. The process itself. Jesus Christ, guys. How are you struggling with language here? Processing, like, the term processed depends to which degree it's processed and with what in each specific case. But if you are using the term processed food, someone's not, it's like a general non-specific term that's not, I don't know how this is difficult. Like, you guys are struggling with some very basic aspects of language here. If you have a global term for something, there's going to be fringes of where that term does not apply to stuff in a way that's of any use. So that's a wheel and a car. So it's like, is it like phylum or like genres? Like genres are probably a better example. It's like me saying all techno or dance music has a heavy beat. Well, it doesn't, does it? But most might do. Or like all techno has a heavy beat, and it's like, well, not all techno does, but a lot of it does. Most of it does. So for the sake of basic conversation, it's, you know, someone saying, yeah, you're probably not going to enjoy techno if you don't like heavy beats, right, and repetitive music. You probably won't enjoy it if that's, you know, if that's what you don't like. And then for someone to then say, but I listen to this ambient techno and it's really not got a heavy beat, and it's like, well, yeah, good for you. You've picked the one genre, subgenre of techno, but obviously that's not where the conversation was. It's like such a stupid way of, like, trying to approach conversation.
Time 150.11.
I mean, also, you can obviously have certain things that are generally the case, but not always the case. That's just how reality works. I mean, there's loads of examples of processed food that are probably really good, like a lot of fermented food, that's processed. Kimchi, I think there's a lot of evidence that that's, you know, as part of a mixed diet, it's very healthy. There's loads of stuff like that. But that's obviously not what anybody's talking about when they say generally processed foods are probably worse. Because they're probably talking about the context of like the food environment that most people live in. So if you're in Japan, processed food's probably a lot less worse because they'll be having that what's that stuff that they hit? Like it's not tofu, is it? Or is it a type of tofu? It's like fermented bean starch. I'm literally moving at you, idiot. I move over and then he's on my ass. Well, you deserve that. You absolute idiot. I'm on the right of the track, moved over. He deserved that. Ramming, yeah. He's ramming me. I'm literally on the right-hand side of the track there, moved over. Why would he dart back behind me? Natto, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, Herbie. I mean, I'll blame that other driver. You shouldn't be behind a GT3 car when the GT3 car's right over on the right-hand side. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying, Pan ID. It depends on the food environment. I'm bored of this conversation now. So... Generally, guys, pay attention to the context of the conversation and where that conversation is taking place. I'm not making the corner. What do I think about the update? Yeah, I mean, it seems like LMU. It's perfectly fine. Nice net code, quite drivable. Force feedback's not very good. It's passable though. LMP3 car is just another, like it's an LMP3 car. It's all right. It's a bit boring, but this is probably like the perfect racing sim for your average sim racer. Is it worth it? I mean, you get Silverstone and a car for £10. I guess that's not too bad, is it? It's like a good quality track model. But yeah, like your average sim racer is borderline as boring as your average train sim fan. So this sim is perfect for modern sim racers that are like the dullest people on earth. They don't want to drive GT1 cars or like 90s Formula or anything. Modern sim racers, they want to capture the excitement of lawn bowls in a racing game. That's what they're looking for. And that's what this delivers. Dull force feedback, very predictable and sluggish physics, which are not unrealistic. You know, I imagine a real GT car's a little bit more active and responsive. But, you know, forgiving car contacts online, the same tracks that you can race over and over again. That's what that's what your average sim racer wants, right? Stuff like an actual fast race car would be far too exciting. Well, modern sim racers, I think, honestly, I just think they're ruining sim racing. I think I used to have a bit of contempt for flight sim fans, but actually I think sim racers are worse now. Yeah, the hypercars are like the dullest of fast cars though, aren't they, really? They're not like 1980s Formula cars. The hypercars are the only thing in this, but then they're still pretty dull, so, you know. they'd be a lot better if it had like AC1 physics or AMS1 physics. Like, I think the cars in this are particularly dull vehicles, and then the handling in this sim is a bit dull. Like, it's not terrible, it's better than iRacing, but it's just dull. And so when you add dull cars into a dull simulator with dull force feedback, for a lot of people that's fine though, isn't it? They struggle to just race, and you know. No, look, I'm sorry, but modern race cars are terrible. Like, how can anybody get excited by a modern race car if they are aware of 90s race cars? I'm sorry, like, they just like, there's no way from a driver's perspective. You'd just be lying. Like, if your goal is handling and moving a vehicle around, you just can't argue that older, like 90s, like, well, 70s to 2005 is just like a peak era for actual cars to drive. Like, the cars just got, the business of motorsport reached its apex, and then motorsport has entirely turned into a service industry for the wealthy. I mean, it always was, but it's the degree to which it has is late stage now. The thing is, in the past, the cars were genuinely dangerous, like really, really dangerous, and genuinely mental to drive. So you could at least still go, right, oh, sure, it's just like a spoilt rich person in a race car. That's fine. But at least they have more balls than I have. You know. So you could still, like, motorbike riders now, you could be like, oh, well, they're probably quite wealthy. Not all of them, but, like, you know, but I would never do the Isle of Man TT. But I don't. If someone said, "Oh, you can have a race in a GT3 car," I'd give it a go. There'd be no reason not to. I'm not saying I do good, but I do it. But if someone said, "Here's a motorbike, go around the Isle of Man TT," I'd go, "Thank you for the offer, but I don't think I will." And you know, it's like, when 95% of the world's population are dull. Like, 95% of the world's population wouldn't go skiing, would they? Or ride a downhill mountain bike. So, yeah, if you then select the 5% of the population that aren't intimidated by sitting in a massively sophisticated vehicle designed for rich people to drive with loads of safety features and crash barriers and ambulances all over a racetrack, well, I'm sorry. What do you want? Like, well, not really. A GT3 car is not going to be scary fundamentally for someone that's once someone's done a few hours in it, they'll be used to it straight away. What would be scary in GT3 is driving with completely shit drivers. That would be terrifying. No, it's not the car, it's the other people. It's the other people that would be scary. Like, you see the crashes that happen in the GT3 races. It's not a problem with the cars, it's a problem with the other people being so dumb, like rejoining onto the track sideways or crawling along the fastest part of Spa on the racing line with issues. That's terrifying, but a GT3 car, it's fine. Yeah, a lot of people will be scared of it, but who are we talking about here? Yeah, obviously, we just said 95% of people have never gone down a black ski slope, have they? Like, I would much rather be in a GT3 car than a moderately fast shifter cart. I would absolutely shit myself in a moderately fast shifter cart, but a GT3 car would be fine. You've got a roll cage and a racetrack, and loads of runoff if you're somewhere like Silverstone or something. But a shifter kart, good luck. Good luck if you crash that. You're breaking your spine. So I said, well, I wouldn't get on a motorbike because you bang your knee on the floor and your legs fall off. Yeah, I'm not saying. I literally agreed with you. Most people would find it really would then find it overwhelming. I think I would find it overwhelming for the first 30 minutes. I think anybody does. The first time you do anything with any G-forces that are like more than what you're used to, it's very overwhelming initially, but you would acclimatise to it very quickly. It's really surprising. It's like the first time you ever go on a roller coaster as a kid, it's like, oh gee, like it's a lot, right? But then if you go on it like 10 times, you're like, oh, that's fine. And it's the same with mountain biking or rental karting or something. Like at first, the first like time you do stuff is crazy, but you acclimatise to a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people acclimatise to stuff very quickly. Exactly what. So I've been fortunate to have quite a few passenger laps in different cars, and I feel a billion times safer with a 5-point safety harness than in a road car. Like just having a passenger lap around the Nordschleife in a road car is terrifying to me compared to being driven around a racetrack in like a Radical or something, right? Just having a roll cage or safety structure and a 5-point harness, like road cars are really not safe if you crash them. They're designed around crashing at 40 miles an hour, whereas a race car is designed to be able to crash at like, I don't know, like 100 or something, 80. So yeah, I personally, for me, I think a shifter kart would be so much more terrifying than driving a GT3 car. I don't know what I'm driving. I know it's the Lexus. We're just driving around slowly here. Yeah, the crazy, you know, the French supercar series where they've got they put aero on them and they drive on the racetracks, and they like any bump could. They do like there's a thing in Isle of Man, I think they do as well, like supercars. Yeah, it's mental. So that's probably like the closest thing to like 80s Formula cars.
That time was a 1:48.35.
Have they not? I'm surprised they still do the Isle of Man. It's a real shame. I think it's awesome. Like, I think people agree to do it. It's dangerous, but people agree to do it. That's fine. I'm sure they're going to cancel Isle of Man in our lifetime. I also feel like they'll get rid of the toy farting on the Nordschleife within the next 10 years. Although, one advantage, if we do have World War III, which looks increasingly likely, one advantage is, after a world war, so many people have experienced death and suffering that it lowers the threshold for the tolerance of all that kind of stuff. So as a result, you end up with like crazy sports, because people are like, oh well, you know, I lost all my family in the war, so I don't really care. So they're seeing a person launch from a race car, they're like, oh, you know, it happens. So yeah, so that's one positive. If World War III happens, we might get exciting motorsport again. if we survive World War III, which probably won't. But, you know, if you do, it's something to look forward to. The drivers play a big role in these series for them to be safer. Yeah, well, if you injure your driver, you're not going to get as much money out of them, are you? So you need to make sure that your driver's not injured. Well, you're assuming that World War III would take place with nukes. I don't think it will, because the problem is it's just you just lose ultimately because everyone can just nuke each other. So what realistically with the World War III is you'll just end up with loads of like rando skirmishes, proxy wars, and sporadic attacks, and probably like a much less defined front line. You know, and yeah, it'd be probably quite different to what you see in previous wars. Oh, there you go, another benefit, broccoli, yeah. There's positives, guys. Everyone's always so negative about like how things are these days, you know, and yet there's so many positives. You just have to identify them and fixate on them. You have to treat life like iRacing. Just ignore the tyre model and the netcode and fixate on the positives, and it's all good. Yeah, but things were pretty bad after World War II, but at least it was a really good lesson to finally drill home the dangers of having fascist dictatorships control stuff. So that was the benefit, really. So yes, you know, millions of people, maybe like even, was it like hundreds of millions, at least tens of millions of people died, which is obviously awful, but humanity learnt its lesson and really internalized the dangers and risks of allowing huge wealth inequality and and the importance of democratic systems as a protection against it. We learnt that as a species, so you know, I wouldn't say it was worth it, but at least there was a lesson learnt. So at least all those lives lost were not in vain. That's the main thing. Because it would be really depressing if tens, if not hundreds of millions of people died for absolutely nothing. You know. That'd be really sad, wouldn't it? It would mean that humanity is actually completely moronic. We're in 9th place here. I'm surprised this is going as well as it is. Yeah, the war to end all wars did the trick. Rhino's Race Room, it's not limited to any single country. All humans. How are we doing all right here? Are we going to need to pit? We've got 13 laps of fuel left. There's only 8 minutes to go. Don't think, is this you don't need to pit in this race. That is a stupid place to try and overtake, mate. I will just move out of your way because I know you're not making that. Why would you even try and do that? This car's like a tank, you know? We've got a blue flag for the LMP2, I think, that's behind us.
That time was a 150.66.
Look at me letting him through all nicely, moving out of the way. Wonder if the other car will do that for him. Oh, that's nice of him to drive off the track. Our race rooms update delayed to that's alright, it's good for me. Gives me more time to do other stuff. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the race room update. Always a pleasure. This is an incredibly optimistic place. I'm sorry, but I'm here to cheer you guys up. We got a game update. LMU's good fun to play if you like GT3 cars and dull racing. Yeah, it's alright racing. You know, for a lot of people that haven't wasted their entire life playing driving sims, I'm sure that they'll find this very exciting. I mean, I'd imagine they'd find a Megane Trophy V6 or a 80s Formula car or just about anything other than a GT3 car very exciting, more exciting. But, you know, sometimes you just want to drive around in circles in dull vehicles and talk rubbish. And that's what this is good for. Looks nice. Sounds fine. I feel like with LMU they've finally managed to get R Factor 2 to be decent. I do think it's amazing though, all because Max Verstappen told everyone to uninstall R Factor 2, that Motorsport Games had to then create a new game just to get around Max Verstappen telling everyone what to do, because as you know, sim racers can't think for themselves. So if a real race driver tells them to do something, they have to do it. Ignoring your comments, I don't know. You should try live streaming with like 50 people watching, typing messages, whilst also trying to drive a GT3 car, whilst also talking rubbish, and then tell me if you miss any comments. You can give it a go. I highly recommend trying it for yourself. Hang on, why is he so slow? No, I don't think they will retrofit stuff. Yeah, he's nice. Exactly, J-Tail. Yeah, you can jump in, you can have a big grid race, and that's the ultimate feature with the racing sim, is that this is my hope with Rain Sport and Project Motor Racing, is that they just have jump-in racing on them, because that's a game to play, isn't it? It's like, all right, I've got a score, got a safety rating, got a ranking, I want to do some racing, boop, I'm in a race. That's the real thing. No one really actually cares about the handling, to be honest. I mean, look at iRacing. No one's really playing it for how fun the cars are to drive. people with sim racing for how fun cars are to drive, they'd only play AC and AMS1 or Richard Burns Rally. That's it. It would be nice to have a sim like LMU with AMS1 AC physics with the racing as well. That'd be good fun. Well, it would depend on their license for this, I imagine. Yeah. Right, so the problem with third-party communities is they're not official, and part of the compelling thing with the video game, in terms of online ranking and rating and stuff, is it's part of the prestige of it is going, out of all the players of this video game, this is my ranking. So it's like with Counter-Strike or Rocket League, you know, people go, well, what's your rating? They're not going to care necessarily what your rating is in some side thing. It's the prestige of the rating within the official thing. So you look at sports in real life, it's the prestige of the top series or like the top thing for that sport, and that's what people care about. They don't generally care about your skill rating at your local five-a-side football. They'll be like, oh, were you ever in this, you know, the official thing? And because the video game developer, they own the official platform, they have that prestige. It's kind of funny that sim developers don't seem to have realised that that's a huge value add. Well, Kunos don't seem to have realised that with ACC. It's really ridiculous, actually. Kunos could have made such a killing financially out of ACC by having their own ranking system built into the game from the get-go. And even doing what Motorsport Games are doing now, having a monthly subscription to it, people would pay it. And it could be something they keep building on. Because it's like a prestige thing. Especially once you've got past a certain number of users. Yeah, but oh well. I guess they probably will make more money out of selling Evo to console users though. The whole road car cruising thing is quite lucrative potentially. Oh, can we get one more place, do you think?
Time 1:47.30.
Let's go full send here from the final lap. You're going to pit maneuver yourself if you pull over. I'm here. I'm here. You will pit yourself. I'm holding my line. Put my car there. I'm holding it. Like, I'm not moving. If you want to come across, you'll pit maneuver yourself. I'm afraid that's how that works. At least that's possible in this. That sort of thing's not possible in iRacing because the car would just pit themselves immediately. So like the netcode in this allows you to actually use a bit of racecraft where you can't in iRacing. So that was a good example of something that's good about LMU. Though I don't know if that guy was for position, but it didn't really matter. Same thing applies. Well, there we go. Beautiful 8th place. We were last to 8th. What's wrong with drinking hand sanitizer? It's good fun. I like the taste of it. It's got a real kick to it. By the way, guys, don't drink hand sanitizer. I just don't think it's worth paying for a game and then a subscription on top of it when we can have basically the same experience on LFM. Yeah, no, I mean, I see what you're saying, but that's not really, that's a separate point, isn't it? Like, so that's a totally valid, that's totally valid from your consumer perspective. You can't disagree with that. But this is it's another game, and there's a convenience to it just all being in the game, and it's its own thing. So the thing is, you could just get the subscription to this, and then you're getting the game content as well. And it just come down to, is that price worth it for you with the game? Basically. The Dave Cam argument was a bit weird in some ways. Like, he clarified that obviously he was just talking about LMU, but it wasn't. So he seemed to be annoyed, or not annoyed. Right, he was annoyed with some of the comments, which is fine because comments are mental. But like, he was annoyed that people immediately were like, "Oh, but you're paying for cars and a subscription with iRacing." It's like, he seemed to find it surprising that people would jump to that comment as a counterpoint of what he was saying about his thing with LMU. To me, it doesn't seem like a surprise that people would see an iRacing streamer saying that another game you have to subscribe and buy content, and them not having said the same thing about iRacing. But it is irrelevant to the point in hand. So I'm not saying Dave Cam's wrong. It's just, it's surprising to not realise that people would want to make that comparison or expect someone to be aware of that comparison. But ultimately, with all these things, it just comes down to, with the specific game, are you happy to pay the price for that specific game for what you will get out of it and what you want to get out of it, right? I would argue with LMU, even if you don't do the subscription and you just buy the game, I think for a lot of people, they would get they would have fun with it. You know, you've got a race you can join in every hour. You'll get a lot of entertainment value out of that price. Could it be sold better? Is it a bit confusing? Sure. Is the subscription thing a bit confusing? Sure. Is it probably not completely fairly balanced in terms of if you buy the full subscription and then you've bought the content? That's confusing. It's probably not the most affordable thing. It's kind of like nitpicking, though, at details of it. It's like, really, what matters? All that really matters is, what price are you paying? Is it clear what you're getting? And do you enjoy what you're getting? Right? It's just like, so take iRacing as an example. I don't mind iRacing costing £200 a year, right? Or £250 a year, or £300 a year, whatever. I don't have a problem with that. Like, the price of whatever something is the price set by the business and the market, right? It is what it is. Like, I think it'd be better if it was cheaper, but right, it is what it is. It's the price is what it is. What matters is the service provider being honest or disingenuous? So the problem with iRacing is they present it as if the basic subscription is enough for you to really enjoy the game. That's bollocks. Like, the fact is, they know this, that 90% of people will end up wanting to go through, like, buying a bunch of GT3 tracks, GT3, buying a bunch of cars. To get the actual value out of iRacing, you really do need to spend like £200-300 a year, right? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. The problem is iRacing present it as if that's not the cost, and then also they automatically have auto renew turned on by default when you subscribe to it. So a lot of people will have subscribed when they weren't expecting to. Like, you have to manually disable it and stuff. I think that's really bad. So that's the problem. Like, so it's more to do with, like, how deceptive things are. That's my personal view on it. You could argue that's a philosophical view, I guess. How are things? is a developer being deceptive for the sake of financial gain? And I would say iRacing is generally being deceptive intentionally through their promotion. So, and I enjoy iRacing. I get value from it. So, I still enjoy it, but I do think it's quite deceptive. Like, they specifically market iRacing as it's the most realistic racing simulator. That's a flat out lie. Like, you can have really good online racing, but absolutely its netcode is worse than LMU. Like, objectively, factually, you can't deny it. It doesn't. There's invisible ghost contacts. The tyres do not allow some of the most fundamental driving techniques. Just about any real driver that's driven a car will tell you that. Like, they might still like it. It might still help you develop technique. But iRacing are flat out lying with their statements, right? I've not seen LMU developers claim that they have the most realistic racing simulator. They've even said they're trying to make just a sim that's realistic and good. But do you know what I mean? They're not. The developer has not made what effectively bold-faced lies. So to me, that's important. It might not be to other people. Same with Kunos. You might not like Kunos or think they're a bit weird and stuff. They definitely have bad communication skills. I think Kunos did lie when it came to ACC, or lies may be too strong of a word. They basically implied strongly that ACC would have ranking built into it. So rightly, myself and Random Callsign and some other people called them out on it. But for the most part, I would say Kunos are actually very honest as a developer. Like, they say they're aiming to make it as realistic as possible. They were aiming to do their roadmap. That's what they were aiming for. And then they've addressed that they haven't managed to do it. But I don't think they've ever really been manipulative in language or intentionally disingenuous. I think they're just piss poor at communication. So for that, I actually have quite a lot of respect for Kunos, LMU. For iRacing, I don't. I think they literally just... It's lie is probably a strong word, but like, I think it's just absolutely pushing the boundaries of stretching the truth and manipulate it. It's very manipulative, without lying directly. So that's the thing. Race Room as well, I think they're very transparent and directly honest with what they're offering. As soon as you saw the subscription thing, it's just confusing, isn't it, having both a sub and content? Well, you should race. What do you mean? What should you race? Why are you asking me what to race? Just try them out for yourself and see what you enjoy. You don't need like a YouTuber to tell you what to play. You can just play what you want. Like, just give them a go, and then see what you like and what you dislike. So, well, of course, AC1 has dinosaurs, obviously. So, it's got everything. Well, personally, I like physics games. I'm sort of a hobbyist of force feedback and physics games in general. So I like Flight Sim, I like Rocket League, I like whatever. I just like games in general. So as a result, me personally, I've always played like every major driving sim just out of interest of how they all handle differently. Like, even before doing YouTube, I would always, I'd whatever driving sim came out, even like random projects that people do, I have a general interest in that. No, but as a result, I'm not. There's a novelty to me to playing the different simulators, even if they're not very good. So I would just play everything. We can do this one. We can do an MP3 here. See, this is quite good as well, right? This is a thing that's pretty good with this as a title, is that people playing this, and this is what something like LFM or external ranking services wouldn't have. Someone playing this would be like, oh look, here are the top drivers on the thing. I'd quite like to be one of the top drivers, or who's in the race with me. You know, I think a lot of people like that. I don't enjoy GT7 at all. I just mostly because it just feels really dull, and it runs really weird. Yeah, voice chat's always good fun. It's much more entertaining for live streams. Dull is the word of the year. Yeah, I just think a lot of these modern sims are a bit dull. Evo's super dull to drive. I need to get some porridge. I've got no food. All I've got is porridge, guys. If we're going to keep streaming, I need some more porridge. Yeah, I think it's fun, people going mental on voice chat. As long as you've got a mute option, I think that's all that matters. You could deliver food to me, but I don't want anyone to deliver food to me. I'm just going to have porridge, and I'm going to go to the supermarket, and hopefully my fridge is working and I can buy some food. We did the licenses in Evo when they first came out, but hopefully they... American hamburger. Oh, I'm just gonna I'll just have some porridge and we can do this race, and then we can go to the shops, get some food. I didn't sleep well last night because I was expecting food at like I was expecting food. My brain's not even working. I was expecting post in the morning, like a delivery, and so I was like, I've got to get up because it's probably coming like early. And then I got a phone call, and they're like, "Sorry, we're delivering tomorrow." I was like, "Oh, thanks. Oh well." On the plus side, we've got that helicopter mod, but it's very complicated to install for flight sim. It's like helicopter missions. Be really good fun. Can you remove the A column with the GT, the LMP3 cars in this? Is there an option to make it transparent? Like I think iRacing has that. It's good. It's a good option. So how much do airports cost for flight sims? See, billions. Right, here we go. Brighton Airport. $20. So here you go. So for a custom airport from Orbex, it's $13, £10, right? So, and an airport in a flight sim is a lot less work than a racetrack is. So. I think the difficulty with driving sims is they're in a weird spot in between video games and simulation, where they're trying to appeal to the video game audience but also appealing to the simulator audience. And now the hardcore sim audience, they are quite happy to pay for like each track, like £10 or whatever. They normally have more disposable income. Though your sort of gamer, your general gamer audience and your people like racing games, they're not happy to pay that. They just want to spend £30 on a game and be done. I have played DCS. I used to fly the heli, the Huey in DCS, but I haven't played it recently. But we definitely... I always get put off by the user interface. It's too much to do. Too much to do. I'm going to get some porridge, guys, because my brain's shutting down. I've had a porridge all day. This is a food disaster. I feel like I'm starving. Starving. Okay, look, I'm a bit chubby, but I'm starving inside. Right, the body's having to convert the immediate sugar. That's a disaster. Starving muscle. Could just put up with it though. I mean, if you wanted to lose weight, you could just not eat for like 4 days. I wonder how much mental fortitude does that take? If you could just get food. Like, normally if you're hungry and you don't get food, it's because you can't actually get any food. So that's not really like mental fortitude. You don't have a choice. But if you have a choice, like if someone had like some donuts right in front of you and like a steak and like some food, right, on a tray in front of you with it like mini barbecue, and then you have to sit there, how do you think you could resist that for 3 days with the food, like little mini barbecues? Yeah, just in front of you as you haven't eaten for 3 days. Do you think you'd be able to take that? And it's just there. You could just reach out and eat it. It's just there. Actually, Foxhole Madness, not eating after a certain point makes you less hungry. Eating small amounts of food is actually harder, supposedly. The research on this, like, apparently if you go past like 4 days, there are health issues. Like, there's certain nutrients that you need to consume if you want to be healthy. But yeah, there's that. Yeah, some people find it easier. Not eating will make you hungry. But working out's just so much effort. Why work out when you could just not eat? Neo Lund, if you don't eat for 3 days, you'll eat a lot afterwards. Not if you don't have any food. I mean, you're assuming what? Not if the person doesn't eat a lot afterwards, right? They might want to, but maybe they don't have the food there, so then they can't, so then they won't. What if someone, yeah, I don't know, they could just drink tea and then they'll feel full. Most hunger is just dehydration. That said the captain to his starving boat crew as they travelled across the Atlantic. Don't worry, everybody. We may not have any food, but it's fine. It's merely actually you're thirsty. No, don't worry about that jaundice. Don't worry, we've got plenty of water for you to gorge yourselves on. No need for a mutiny. I will be in my cabin eating my caviar and steak, and you can man the boat. We have plenty of water for you. Your sense of hunger is merely thirst, I can assure you. Said with a chicken in his hand. Hang on, you tried to lose weight by skipping meals. The result in eating more fast food. Well, what could you just don't eat any fast food, Foxhole Madness. Like, Surely that should have been the clue there. Like, yeah, if you skip meals and then you eat fast food, it's not going to. You've not skipped meals, have you? In fact, you've done the opposite. You've gone from eating food to eating fast food. Doesn't sound like you skipped any food there, really. You went from slow food to fast food, and fast food's obviously quicker. Idiot. The first thing about getting healthy is to understand your body type. No, that's bollocks. Only Sims. That's not true. That's been discredited. That is bullshit. Why do people just type such bullshit about body stuff? Here we go. That endomorph ectomorph thing, I'm pretty sure is bullshit. Here we go. I'm pretty sure that's bullshit. Let's just double check. Sheldon's work of linking body type the body types are too variable to fit into these categories. It's sematyping proposed in 1940s by psychologist William Sheldon. Let's see. Let's see. There's no strong scientific evidence that semotype should dictate diet. This is what I remember. I remember reading into this. It came up as like an advert. It came up as an advert on something promoting it, and I remember thinking, this seems like absolute bullshit. This is BS. It was all the red flags. And on the subject of BS, DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, Simucube, Simagic. It's a beautiful servo motor babe. Perfect servo motor body. She's from Germany, where electricity is produced not by nuclear power due to environmental concerns by misinformed people that were trying to do the right thing but actually got it completely wrong and forced the nation into continuing to burn coal and pollute the environment. Didi girl, what a beautiful woman, put her in your sim ring, it's true. Paul T is a channel member, but we actually need to blame Paul Vanderkirk. Paul Vanderkirk. He likes to waste his money on giving channel memberships. There he is. What a loser. What a terrible man. Paul Vanderkirk. Thank you very much. Thank you. What's BS? Random call sign. Ectomorph. Ectomorph. I'm hot and you're not. Semotypes by William Sheldon, which is a way of dividing up body types by like stature, tall, thinny, stumpy, whatever, and then that being related to diet. It's BS. But someone said it wasn't, and then I called them out on it, and they now need to apologise. Yeah, that stuff. No, that's different. Alpha, Beta, Octopus Man. I am Octopus Man. 8 arms. I require 8 times as much food as everybody else, but only in the form of shrimps. Thank you very much for the membership set. Can I get my... Oh, Matt Oliker's been forced to be a member. He doesn't want to be a member. Bro, my bro, Metallica from South Africa. He's trapped inside the channel right now. Metallica, he's not even here. What is he doing with his life? Yeah, he's trapped now. He's not even here. He's probably working. Protein bars and protein shakes are processed food, so that's not true. What? What? This is a conversation from an hour ago. Mate, the random guy, you need to refresh. Though, if he's watching the stream from an hour ago, he's only going to realise that he needs to refresh in an hour's time. So, it's going to be an hour's delay between him coming back in chat and going, oh, I've just refreshed. Which the stream will have probably finished by then, so we'll be very confused. He'll just see the stream turned off and he'll be like, oh. Oh, what's this? What's this? Quick Google says modern science states that one should focus on calorie intake, micronutrients, and rather than there you go, exactly. Yeah, just a balanced diet is what you should do if you want to be healthy. Yeah, make sure you're doing a bit of exercise. You're eating balanced mixture of food, different coloured vegetables. Don't, you know. Oh, you're responding to Pax. Oh, wow. Fine. Where's the money in that? I know. But guys, I have a new, highly respected trick for losing weight quickly, and you can find out what my trick is by becoming a member of the Gamer Muscle channel. Yes, that's correct. Scientists around the world are talking about this new trick, and we already have over 200 channel members, and they're all talking about this trick. And you need to hang around to find out about this trick, because it's going to really blow your mind how this trick has changed your life. Let's go over to Susan, who's going to tell us about how the trick improved her life.
I had the trick, and I started following Gamer Muscle, and ever since I started following the trick, I managed to lose all my weight. I was morbidly obese and I wasn't happy, and it was amazing. I tried so many other things, but it was only Gamer Muscle's trick that allowed me to finally get rid of the weight that I'd struggled with since I was a little child. And now, finally, I don't feel like a fatty bum.
Oh, thank you, Susan. Thank you for that. Yes, and if you too can learn the trick by becoming a channel member at only £50 a week subscription. I'm never going to tell you what the trick is. Matt's here from South Africa. Oh dear. I'm getting my porridge now. Thank you very much for the gifted members there, Philip. I really hope you have a lot of disposable income. Thank you. Your doctor has been informed of your poor choice. Lose weight with this one weird trick. I'll give it away for free, guys. The trick is to run your DD wheel at 100% and play simulators with poor quality force feedback like ACC and put your damping on 100. So you're just doing this all day. You're like an elderly person doing a workout in the old people's home. Yeah, but that Uhtred, that's not because that's just because you don't like exercise. you feel like they're negging you. I'm getting my porridge, bloody hell. God damn it, guys. Never sending me money and everything so I can't get round to what I want. Typical. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Not pesticides. Stupid fat simulations. Yes. Stupid fat simulations. My pesticides force feedbacks. Oh, my force feedbacks.
I could have done the job. I could have been Gollum. Hello, Dr. Longmount. It's what happens when you sim race. Porridge is my favourite. The event's underway. I can't join it yet. There we go. Tire model, tire model. Like the helicopter thing. Helicopter, helicopter. It's a bit too warm, but it's fine. It was a very blue garage. Raw fish porridge. How do you get a DD girl? You just have to put yourself in the right place at the right time. We need to add V for Vitty onto here, actually. V for Vitty. Thank you. I don't know how this race works. 35 minutes, I wonder, is it accelerated? Is it accelerated at all? No rain. Yeah, I'm not sure how this works. Let's take some fuel out. Beautiful. I don't know what Putterpup is. I don't speak South Africa. Hang on, which pit lane is this? We're doing this in the old pit lane. I don't. My bro. I don't know. We need a Marvin's Force feedback app for LMU. Then that'd be really good. I must eat meat. I don't want to eat any meat. Oh, that's a good point, actually. I've got some tinned mackerel I could have eaten. I'm quite happy eating my vegetables. Oh, hello. Foxhole. I'll add you on as well. Thank you very much.
For your extra trip.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. We've already covered the transport and everything, so thank you. I'll add you to the list as well. I really appreciate it, guys. All the names will be on the. We did a post on our YouTube of the graphic that we'll have on all our Sim Racing Expo content. It'll be great. But thanks for supporting us with that. Svebabahn. No, I don't think she's interested. She's too young as well. Svebabahn girl. Svebabahn. Verpatar Svebabahn. Or sim racing stuff for me is like it's a work environment, so I don't. It's actually really weird when we do content and we've got women in content and stuff. People are like, oh, and it's like, for me, like trade shows and YouTube stuff is work. It's like work environment. So I'm really not thinking about chatting up women. It's not the. I mean, maybe outside of the trade show. If I happen to bump into a beautiful German woman on an aeroplane, that's different. Or, like out and about at a bar or something, that's different. But, like, at a trade show, with businesses that we work with, it's work, you know. I mean, if they want to throw themselves at me, they can do that. But, you know, I'm not. It's just weird, isn't it, when you have guys creeping on women in work? I'd never like that. Alan Partridge. Yeah. Look at all the stuff there. It's crazy. It's a good version of the track, this. But I never really understood that with people. Like, it's like a work environment. If the other person is held hostage because they're doing their job, it's not pleasant, is it? If you had like guys approaching you. There's no risk of anybody getting. You know, this is we're isolated. We're in the prison cell. Foxhole Madness. Oh well, for sure. What's this? It's up to them. Like if they look, if a beautiful German woman wants to like throw themselves at me in the work environment, that's fine. I'm not saying that they can't do it to me. I'm just saying that I wouldn't do that to someone else. Like in a work environment, it's just because it's awkward, isn't it? And I have a lot of female friends, so I think you see stuff from that perspective a lot more. And if you're an attractive woman, you get propositioned by guys relentlessly. So, you know, it's just tiresome, if anything. Even if the guy was obviously as handsome, dashing, funny, and just all-round cool like me, it'd just be tiresome, you know? So, and if they like you, if a woman likes you, they will throw themselves at you. So it's fine. Yeah, you're missing the key thing here. I'm not saying that you couldn't meet a woman in your workplace. Well, first of all, my workplace is quite different to the average person's. But, like, it's not that you wouldn't meet someone. I'm saying let the woman throw themselves at you. Don't, you know... women make it very obvious when they like you. Well, the number one way to tell if a DD girl likes you is a leg start rotate. It's really obvious. It's really obvious. That's why DD girls are so good. You can see the Newton meters go up. Oh, no. Oh, we'll just start at the back here. I don't know how this works. Okay. See, I think what's happened, right? Back again, Jimothy. I think what's happened, right, with a lot of this sort of incel stuff is I think a lot of these, like, teenagers are not outside. They're not going outside. They're not doing anything. So they're never... They end up blaming loads of other things, like their weight or whatever. They end up blaming lots of things. There's loads of stuff, women, the weight, God knows what. And really, all they needed to do was actually just go outside. like, statistically, the fact is, there are lots of really stupid people out there that will like you. It's just a statistics thing. Like, just think how it is for you with other people. But I think the problem with social media and online gaming and all these things is they're actually very isolating, and they really they're kind of segregating as well, which I think is really bad. You need to be forced in the company of people. Even workplaces, I think, are really segregating, especially if you're doing tech stuff. You know, you're like, oh, well, the IT people are locked away underground. Random call signs, he likes to segregate. What's your favourite thing to segregate, random call sign? Is it poor quality Portuguese rock music? From high quality Portuguese rock music. Foda-se. Yeah, working from home and all those things, yeah. And then people are financially segregated as well. So, like, you can't necessarily go to things. Like, you can't necessarily afford to go to a gym or have hobbies, right, where you're likely to meet people. So that's massively segregating. What is going on here? We just have this beeping sound. You think it's fascinating the Dutch have such a huge cycling culture, but also incredibly egalitarian dating. The Dutch are awesome, but they also scare me because of their constant sarcasm.
And go to the grid for a race start.
The thing is, the thing that works well for the Dutch is when you live under constant fear that your whole country is going to be flooded by the ocean. It makes you like a bit more spontaneous, you know. It makes you go, shall I have a smoke? Maybe it is bad for my health. Oh well, maybe I will be underwater. Have a smoke. Shall I have a stroopwafel today? Yes, I think I will. That's my Dutch accent. It sounds more like Santa Claus having a stroke, but it's the best I can do, guys. Deal with it. Fix setup. Let's go. Everyone's in the P3. Yeah, well, you notice this is one of the benefits of like the threat of World War III and the threat of annihilation. It makes people do more spontaneous stuff rather than taking everything for granted. You know, you can be very boring. The thing is, some people are so boring they waste their entire life playing driving simulators, and you wouldn't want that. You'd want people to go out and do things.
Formation lap.
Here we go. It's great that they got Random Call Sign to do the voiceover. Formation lap has started. I can't do your accent, Random. How's the grip in this session? Get a grip, man. I don't know. Get a grip. Hello. Hello, Martin Vandis. Why do I feel like I need to move my camera to the left? What's he doing? Out of line. You're out of line. I mean, bloody hell. I'm trying to be in line, but I can't see where the car is because my A column's blocking the view.
Green flag, green flag.
It's not driving a submarine, this. Oh, good reactive block there, matey. I've just realised we're halfway around the track because we started from the old start-finish line. Bloody hell, people love to move in the braking zone in this game. What? Hello? What are they doing? Oh my god. The guy's got a drive-through and he almost... Oh, he's still going all over the place. What is he doing? Still going here, despite pushing the car sideways. Where's he going? There's just a car doing a drift in front of us. What's that about? It's playing in the sand.
170.66.
You just make the steering a bit more sensitive. It helps counter how dull the car is to drive. Do we have damage or something? How come? Are they in LMP2 cars? They're LMP2, aren't they? That's why they're so much faster. How are they? How are those LMP3 cars going so quick? Oh, because they're LMP2. That makes sense. I was like, bloody hell, we've got a bad setup on. Oh yeah, the bad setup is LMP3 car. That's the setup that's broken. Never drive LMP3 setup. Where's he going? It's because the force feedback is really rubbish in this game and the tyres are abrupt in terms of the limit in some ways. It's controllable over the limit if you can steer quickly, but it's also really unforgiving on braking. So, and the thing that makes LMP2s and GT3s more forgiving is the downforce, which also gives them more force feedback detail.
Lap 159.42.
It's alright, it's a perfectly fine update. Yeah, the only reason to drive this car is because you can learn how to do a root canal on yourself after doing 3 laps. It's pretty good. That saves you a lot of money. What's changed? Well, just read the change note. What? What's going on with people? What is that? Why are you overtaking there? Why would you not just go right? Why would you try to overtake on the grass there? That doesn't make any sense. Why is he parked there? Why is my car flying out? What's going on? I'm here, mate. I'm still here. You can't just drive into me. Bloody hell. Is this racing? May have missed the brake point a touch there. See, this is a nice track.
Time 2:02.27.
I do like Silverstone. Like, it's one of those tracks I think that's a bit annoying to learn, but once you get into it, the flow of it's quite nice. Oh, I don't know. Like, it is what it is. I think the issue with this game is in terms of, like, the physics are fine. It's sort of generally better than iRacing. It's drivable. But the issue is the force feedback is absolutely useless. Like, it's passable. It's passable force feedback, but for how these cars generally are, they need better force feedback. Someone needs to make a Marvin's app for this. I like old and new Silverstone. I do appreciate the old Silverstone for sure, but the new one's fine. It's a shame that they completely demolished the old line, because otherwise you could still actually have the old layout. But a large part of it is because the new layout allows Silverstone to have 3 racetracks at any one time. Like you can separate the 2 pit lanes out and have 2 separate circuits, and then you've got a track on the runway that they use for like random stuff. No, LMU's force feedback is shit. You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Yeah, the statement you've just made is wrong. Sorry, incorrect. That what you type there indicates that you don't understand. You don't understand force feedback. Sorry. Wrong. Yeah, LMU force feedback is just mega clunky, pure like noise for suspension, and then overly aggressive self-aligning with no real dynamic range to it, which is fine. It does tell you where, you know, once you're at speed it's not too bad, but at low speed it's effectively useless. There's no feel for the braking and load under braking. There's not really much subtlety or dynamics to the tyre load, so you can't really feel out where the productive limit is. Yeah, even on like a high-end DD wheel, it's compared to Marvin's force feedback for iRacing or AC1 or AMS1, it's garbage, but it's passable. Like you can drive to a basic level and feel the oversteer and stuff. So okay, but I'm right. So I wonder if the person that has 10 years of dedicated sim racing experience across every sim on the market and has 10 DD wheels and is completely mental about force feedback, I wonder if it's quite likely that they have some idea about what's useful with force feedback or not. I wonder. Right in your head. R-Factor 2 is pretty similar to LMU, slightly more detailed force feedback, but that's mostly because it's the tyres tend to have they're less peaky tyres, which then gives you a wider range of force feedback. No, force feedback isn't 100% subjective. There's objective differences, i.e. the dynamic range that just describes where the grip is an objective difference from one sim to another sim. An example of that, if you have Marvin's force feedback app or IRFFB and you put seat of the pants effect on, which is a effect that loads the force feedback up dependent on the rotation of the vehicle, that is objectively different to if you didn't have that as a force. So that's not subjective. You may or may not like that, but that would be a objective difference of information. Like a colour image versus a black and white image is objectively different. People that say force feedback is subjective are clueless when it comes to force feedback. So, no baiting. Look, this is a church of force feedback here. I'm sorry, we won't have any of this argument from subjectivity. How dare you? Well, the word best is a subjective term, but so you'd have to qualify the term best. So, if the goal of force feedback was to feel what the car is doing, then force feedback that describes a dynamic range, a dynamic loads for what the tyres are doing is objectively better than force feedback that doesn't. So, yes, there is you just don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, people that don't know stuff are much quicker to go into an argument, appeal to subjectivity. That's what I'm calling it. Will I make a review? We'll do a video about the update, just summarising stuff for people that have any time. But I'd say just try it out for yourself, guys. Wrong. just the Church of Force Feedback could not put up with such derogatory comments, such blasphemy. That's a good place to park. Yeah, Niels' arcade racing thing looks really fun. Just the physics on that. Well, you could look on Steam and see how much it costs. Is it good value? It's hard to know. It depends what you're looking for. If you want like jumping online racing with a bunch of GT cars, then I guess yeah, it's good value. Like, broccoli, yeah. What's subjective is whether or not how people like how it feels, which is different to the objective component of what information is being conveyed. So, but people seem to get really confused because I think there's a lot of people that can't drive consistently at the limit, and they also don't know how to use force feedback to feel where the car's at the limit, right? They've maybe never played a sim with good force feedback, or they've maybe always put loads of damper and inertia on their wheel, right? So they don't know. So from their perspective, force feedback is basically just an immersive thing with a self-aligning that stops them spinning, because they don't realise how force feedback is useful. So to them it is all just subjective, right? So from their position of ignorance, they then make the statement that it's all subjective to everybody. But it's because they're ignorant to what matters. like it's really weird. And even if you explain it to them very clearly and explain the difference between literal force feedback and doing things abstract and what's relevant to driving a real car and why driving wants to feel certain things, they won't accept it because you're asking them to understand something they don't currently understand. So it's a bit frustrating, but fortunately you do have examples like Automobilista 1, AC1, and like Marvin's force feedback app. iRacing is pretty terrible in physics and stuff, but the Marvin's force feedback app really allows you to like dial in really great detail in the force feedback. So it's really useful as an example of going, look, this is how much detail you can actually have. You don't have to keep spending on sim racing stuff, to be honest. Like a basic DD wheel, a load cell pedal, you're done. We used the Mozart R12 for ages on this rig with the basic wheel rim. I mean, I sim raced for like 4 years with a G25 and 2 or 3 years with a T300. Totally fine. Personally, I'm not too picky with sim racing wheels, so I'm happy with the basic KS wheel, but I would quite like a lighter round wheel. How come you like iRacing force feedback? Are you using Marvin's force feedback? So even if you're talking about default iRacing force feedback, it does have more dynamic range to it than this, leading up to the limit, and also has like quite, it depends what car you're driving, but has quite punchy track texture bumps and stuff, so it can feel quite connected. And also on like lower like you get more dynamic range, so on lower strength you have more detail to it, whereas this is quite muted in the force feedback, so you're getting less dynamic range, which requires you to turn the force feedback up to even feel any dynamic range to it, right? So the advantage with this is that you can actually overdrop, like you can go over the limit and bring it back, which you can't do in iRacing. So, but that immediacy and punchiness to iRacing's force feedback is why you like that, and it will make you feel. The problem with iRacing is its time model, not the force feedback. It's especially if you set up Marvin's app like decently, you can feel like from low speed to high speed, there's a good range of force. There's good dynamic range. That's what that is. Unfortunately, with iRacing, you can't balance on the limit properly. So, great, you've got this force feedback detail, but it's not really useful for anything. Like it feels nice, but you know, it's not the most useful of things because you have to drive preemptively, not reactively. We need someone to do like a Marvin's force feedback app for this game to help you get more dynamic range from it. Or if you've got a force feedback wheel that has telemetry based force feedback, you might be able to get more dynamic range from it. Force feedback is related to time model, but it's also related to the force feedback implementation. So this, as I said in previous videos, there's like 4 different things going on. You have the physics of the simulator and how that actually will be relayed in the force feedback. So the actual physics, like a car that's sloppy will have sloppy force feedback, whatever, right? So you have the physics of the simulator, but you also have different ways in which the developer can generate the force feedback. So a developer could take the force feedback from the steering rack, for example, but they could take it from the steering rack as if the steering rack's totally solid, like a fictional 100% rigid steering rack with no flex or something, so it'll feel more direct. Or they could take the steering from a steering rack that's having like damping and a whole bunch of things applied to it from every other part of the systems after the steering rack. Or they could take the force feedback from after, like, at the steering wheel after some kind of virtual power steering. I mean, there's no reason, like a sim dev could take the force feedback from the contact patch or from some calculation based off the rotational angle of the vehicle. So there's multiple different ways separate to the physics in which force feedback could be derived that would change how the force feedback feels. Separate to that, some simulators also will apply damping or filter to the force feedback by default. So that again will like really affect how muted the force feedback is and the details that you can get from it. So there's a whole bunch of things that go together that can cause force feedback to have more or less detail. Some of them realistic, some of them unrealistic, some of them due to the physics, some of them not due to the physics. So there's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of factors, not just a single factor. So again, it's a common misconception. I think I'll blame Aris again. And by the way, I knock Aris because I actually like him. I've talked to him quite a few times in real life, so I actually like him. But he, because of my criticisms to ACC, but you know, they would say, "Well, you know, it's the physics, and that's why it feels how it is." And it's like, well, yeah, it's true, but obviously it's more complex than that. They know that. He's just making just been making a general point. But yeah, the problem is someone says something that's true. Aris is he's done very good videos, and I don't think he's ever said anything that's not true. It's just selective. And then what happens is people then selectively regurgitate the specific points made by someone in isolation without them considering the greater context. So that's the thing with a lot of these things. It's normally quite nuanced. And people have done it to start. I will say something and someone will repeat what I've said, but they're devoid of the context of what I've actually said. So, for example, I've seen people online say that Gamer Muscle says that cold tyres should be completely controllable, or Game of Muscle says you can't drift in iRacing or you can't slide in iRacing. It's like, I've never said that.
2-0.
It's just, this is what happens online with information, is people regurgitate stuff poorly. But yeah, ultimately we need a Marvin's force feedback app for this sim, I think. I think it would really, really help. So one of the things that I found with, I don't know if it's, I'm not sure why it occurs in Marvin's app, but one thing that you can do with cars that have quite dull force feedback, you can effectively expand the signal by curving the signal so that it's weaker and then gets exponentially stronger, which you can actually, on a Simucube wheel, you can do this on the wheel software, but ideally you want to do it from like a high frequency telemetry driven signal that actually does have the detail there in the sim, and then you can curve it and then amplify it, and that way you should be able to get as much detail as possible out of any given force feedback from a sim. But if the sim doesn't actually put out the dynamic range in the first place at all, there's nothing you can do. We'll try the Simucube base at Sim Racing Expo. I assume that they're going to show it off there. Why don't I vibe code it? Because I wouldn't know where to start. And I think it's more the complexity, I think, would be how you hook it into the game's telemetry. I'm not quite sure how it actually works. By the time you understand how all these things go together and work on a programming way, you might as well have just programmed it properly.
0.25.
Bloody hell. Now, I don't know. Alright, thought we'd have a big flat spot from that. No, I know it takes the telemetry, but like there's more nuance to it. It's in theory, someone should be able to program it though. Like, I believe LMU has a steering rack. Oh, he's smoking. Has a steering rack telemetry. It's not got delay. I don't know what frequency it's outputted at. Sims tend to add delay to telemetry for stuff like tyre slip because they don't want people to create a cheat. Because you could, if you have how do you drive into me when I literally moved over to give you more room with that for both of you? How do you drive? I absolutely moved out of the way to accommodate his line through there, and he still drove into us.
Lap 2-0.
Glad he spun, he deserved that. Is this an LMP3 car next to me? It's going very slow if he's an LMP2. Bloody hell, these tyres are going mental over that. Right. It must be LMP3, which is very slow. No, that's LMP2. Has he got damage, do you think? Oh no. No, it is LMP3. LMP2 doesn't have the struts on it. Yeah, we must have someone in chat that that would understand how to make Marvin's app work with LMU. I was thinking about doing a video on it because out of our viewers, there definitely will be at least one viewer that will be able to do it because his app's open source, so pretty sure that someone could work out how to do it. Like they'll be able to do it in an evening easily. If a good programmer could do it in a few hours.
That time was a 201.
Yeah, it seems to all be working. We have tyre pressure, lap time, fuel. It's all working, yeah. Expert on programming now. Whatever the default is. 5049. This car seems to have a really weird rearward brake bias. Yeah, I'm terrible at programming myself. I've worked with programmers on quite a few projects, but programming just doesn't work for me. I used to do development in ActionScript 3 with people, and done some stuff in I don't know what. Can't remember what other stuff we did. That's, yeah, it used to do that. I don't know if the new version does need to use a VJoy device, but it might do. Yeah, basically, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think you can choose.
Time 2:00.97.
It's like IRFFB used to have to use VJoy. So I get maybe the VJoy component is what it. So it takes the telemetry and then it wraps it through the VJoy to your wheel. So I think it's using it that way. It's not using the VJoy device. Isn't what's capturing the sim force feedback, if that makes sense. The VJoy device is what's being used to then send. Like your wheel is connecting to the VJoy device, if that makes sense. And so it's then feeding the telemetry through the VJoy for it to then be your... for that to then replace the force feedback. And you then turn the force feedback off in the game. Yeah, the issue can be the latency aspect. And how the games actually send out the telemetry. From my understanding of things, which isn't so great. Just make it work, programmers. That's what you're there for. You're the clever people. I'm the dum-dum. I just know what I want. Programmers are the magicians that make things work. Oh, I saw that, Simo. Was that your air freshener? That's well good. Oh, you can help me. There's one project I always wanted to do as a YouTube video, which I thought would be hilarious. but I could never get round to doing it because it's a bit of a pain in the arse. I wanted to have a basically a device that electrocutes me every time you get driven into or you crash. And so, like, I know how you could do it, like with like an Arduino, and then you need some kind of capacitors and things, or you could even use like an off-the-shelf, like one of those, you know, those body toner things that you use to like tone muscles that don't actually work, but something like that. But then, yeah, having it all linked up to the sim so that it appropriately electrocutes you when you're driven into. I think that could be hilarious for a live stream where, like, you're racing but you don't want to crash because it genuinely hurts. But the problem is, I know it would be like at least 5 days work for someone like me to get that to work. So... And at the end of it, you could probably do something more visually spectacular for a video. I think it's against terms and conditions to allow channel members or like donations to electrocute you.
Lap 159.79.
Bloody hell. I don't know what you mean, Multi. There's no... This A-pillar is perfectly designed so that when you hit into a cyclist, you can't see them at any point in time, even after hitting them. Even after you've fully driven into them, you don't notice, so you don't have to feel any guilt. Absolutely optimal. Is absolutely optimal. It's perfect for this car's a test vehicle for people who want to do driving in a people carrier around London. Why is everyone just losing it? Well, I'm getting glorious 7th out of this. What a drive. Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a dull car to drive. I think if you're in a race with people and you're close, fair enough, but... it's not necessarily easier to drive than an LMP2 car, so it's like, well, what's the point? Like, why would you purposely drive a slower, more clunky, awkward vehicle than a faster car that's easier to drive and probably better for racing? You can't blame motorsport games, you know. I mean, LMP3 is just shit in real life as well, I think. You know, it's just a way to make money out of bad drivers again, so fine, but I wasn't bad. We came 7th out of our class. But I'm not quite see the point of why. I mean, it's something to drive, isn't it? It's nice that you've got the race format. That's good. I know. Well, I mean, I guess they've got to flesh this out with this content. But yeah. Fortunately, Project Motor Racing's got a bunch of vintage stuff in it. So, and hopefully that's got good ranked racing in it. So I think that'd be good. But yeah, this with vintage cars would be superb. with like a race that you can join that has a vintage grid. That is really what they need to do in this game. And presumably the licensing for that would be less hard. Maybe that's what they're doing. If they had, like, I guess they'd want to make some vintage versions of the track, so like a vintage Le Mans, which wouldn't be a shitload of work. I mean, it's actually quite a different track, isn't it? So it's a fair amount of work. But a vintage Le Mans, Laguna Seca's pretty similar in the past. You could probably just reskin that. What other tracks? Silverstone. You can. I mean, there's a lot of the tracks the same, but then a lot of the scenery is different. So it would still be quite a lot of work to do vintage Silverstone. But yeah, like all you really need is like 2 or 3 tracks, and then a few vintage cars. Imagine, I mean, it'd be a better simulator. Modern GT is so shockingly awful. This whole game, right? Obviously, it's more appealing to modern idiot sim racers. Sim racers these days are really boring, so they just want to drive terrible GT3 cars. So this is good for making money. But if your goal was to actually have something fun to drive, this whole game would be a billion times better if it was vintage GT cars, right? A full grid of vintage GT. This game would be on another level more fun. The force feedback would be better as well. The tyres are more sloppy, so the force feedback would have more range to it. The racing would be better. Oh, they've got. Well, yeah, vintage Spa is. It's quite. I don't know if they did. So what you really want is like the 90s era of GT cars. I think not like the 70s, but like 90s. So that's already onto the modern track, effectively. But yeah, they could. Spa's not changed a huge amount, so you'd have to replace some buildings, and you'd have to adjust it a bit. But I would happily accept a press key for a vintage car. No, I would happily spend like £25 if someone was like, "Here's 3 tracks and 5 vintage cars." I'd spend £25 on that. And you'd want a way for people to be able to play it without having to buy the DLC, so that it's actually got people in the races. So just have the one car in a track or something, or have the tracks in there. I don't know. The more you have to buy tracks and DLC, the more fragmented the user base gets, which then ends up killing the online racing. Did we add Foxhole to this? Add him on. How's his name? Foxhole. Okay, it's nice and easy. Thank you very much for the support on this. Really appreciate it. Awesome. I think we could add more tea in soon. If we get to 400, we'll add more tea in. Well, that's what I'm thinking, Deadlift. Thank you very much, Foxhole. Really appreciate it. Yeah, thanks to everyone that supported us there. Man. I mean, there's not... The thing is... LMU's LMU. It doesn't excite me, I'll be honest. I don't think it's bad, but it just doesn't excite me. It's like... I think it's quite a good game. I think doing like the weekend races is quite nice. I think it's a good game. I think most people like it, but I'm just saying on my personal subjective thing, I don't it's more just the cars and stuff. Like at the end of the day, AC1 drives a lot better and has better force feedback. So I'd rather just play that. Obviously, a lot of people can't do racing in that, so for them having this and the rating stuff in this is really nice. And you can find good competition in this, so that's a good thing for a lot of people. But like, I think I'm old, right? I don't feel like I really need to prove myself. And why do I want to be good at a dull simulator with dull cars? like, why do I want a higher rating at a driving game that I think is fundamentally dull to drive? What's the point? But I can see why other people would. Like, if you like GT3 cars, you wouldn't find it dull, right? If you haven't spent 10,000 hours
like
playing
ACC,
driving
but
sims.
I do like the normalist. So that is amazing.
That's my raging endorsement.
Probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like
I
even
think
F1 or
I think
GT
I've
mod.
just
They're really
overdosed on
good.
GT3 over the last like years. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just bloody GT3 for like 6. Since ACC ruined sim racing. It was from ACC onwards where everything is like, oh, GT3. And it's like, okay, well, they're not the worst cars, but ACC came out in like 2019 or something. And it's just like, oh, it's just GT3, 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 GT3. It's so boring. Not that you need massive variety in cars, but it's also the physics of ACC and LMU combined with the dullness of a GT3 car. If you were gonna replace LMU and ACC with AC1, what mods? You would build a sim that had like a Tatus F4 type car as an entry level Formula car. You'd want like a Nissan Primera type vehicle, like a nippy front wheel drive car that's really fun. Like 90s sort of cars. These wouldn't be successful in sim racing. I'm just saying in terms of what would actually be a fun game to play. The Radical SR3 is a particularly good all-rounder vehicle that's very easy to drive and good for close racing. The Megane Trophy V6 as well. And then I'd want some like GT1 cars. They tend to just produce really good online racing. Ligia, Liger, Ligia, 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 Ligia. I'm gonna keep saying it different every time. Ligia, 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 Ligia. Yeah, Porsche. If you were gonna do GT cars. If we were going to do modern GT cars, GTE is kind of at the end of it. Where's the lure? There's always a lure. Liché shea butter. Le Bilbo and Le Frodo. Oh, the LMP2 cars apparently. Oh, it's only on Monza. We could try the LMP2 in single player just to see what it's like. Yeah, I think part of it is actually just the simulators rather than the cars as well. I think racing sims are generally a bit dull compared to real cars. So you kind of, in a simulator, you need a much more exciting vehicle in order to offset how dull simulators are. So like in a sim, an LMP2 car is kind of more analogous to an LMP3 car, if that makes sense. Like an F3 car is more analogous to an F4 car, because sims are just dull. They're just a bit dull. It's just what happens through the translation of stuff, I think. Whew. How do we change the weather? Well, I don't know why the race is stuck on rain. Ah, we changed it to practice and qualifying, not race. That's why. Oh, is that the new one? Did I not pick the new one? I think they've put the tyres on it though. They've put new tyres on it anyway. No, they updated the tyres on all the LMP2 cars. So I think what's good with LMU is if you were newer to sim racing and you don't want to think too much and you just want to jump in and do a race, and I think that's a good aspect of it. I think they've done a good job of that. Like you can just click these Coach Dave Academy setups, you can go in, do a race, do a bit of single player. AI is quite good. You know, I think that's good, to be honest. Like from a, because there's my perspective of me looking at stuff from a sort of overall sim race. What's exciting to me as a jaded old sim racer, and then there's also there's the aspect of what's just generally a good video game for most people, right? So they've swapped the tyres on this now. They've made the tyres more like the... I would say I do find this a lot more fun to drive than Evo. That you are actually balancing slip in this. Or even if it feels a bit weird how you do it in this. Like aspects of this are like seem really good, and then some parts of it feel a bit weird. It's hard to put the finger on it. I do quite like LMP2 cars. LMP2 goes quite well at Silverstone, I think. Like, you see how it wouldn't come out of that oversteer? That's like a typical sort of sim racing issue for that corner in particular. Like, you trail brake through there and then the cars get stuck. Loads of sims have that problem on that corner because you've been trail braking through it. Once the tyres are warm, it's probably not going to do it, but it's really weird. There's nothing you can do to pull it out of it. It's like a race room auto bin. Can anyone give some advice? What car track should you get after? Well, so first of all, ignore the licenses in iRacing. It's just BS that's designed to try and make you feel like there's a sense of progress, to then make you feel like buying more content. There is no progress in iRacing. It's just despair all the way down. And also, you'll find in iRacing there's more competition in the D class series often than in C or A. Like in terms of the safety rating license is unrelated to the racecraft of the type of cars that you're driving, and then the grids that you're driving, because ultimately it's more about the I rating and the splits that you're put into, which that will define the type of racing that you have, not the class that they've arbitrarily slapped on different vehicles. So I'd ignore that whole thing. Just drive what's fun and what you enjoy racing. But yeah, in terms of cars that are more active and therefore tend to have more participation, and so you're probably going to get better racing, you're better off with, like, the F4 car is very popular. People drive insane, but it depends what split you're in. Super Formula Light can be really good. The Ringmeister with whatever they're running on that. And then GT3's got a whole bunch of different races now as well. And then you've got like the Formula Ford and stuff. Yeah, what happens with sim racing, because it's very static and because it gets very competitive in similarity of pace, basically, in order for a car to be able to overtake another car, you need a speed differential between the two vehicles, right? And depending on the size of the vehicle and the width of the track and a whole bunch of other stuff, braking zones, brake capacity of the vehicle, speed of the vehicle, right? Depending on all those variables, will define whether or not it's actually physically possible to overtake, or how possible it is to overtake. Unfortunately, GT3 cars and like modern Formula 1, a whole bunch of vehicles, unfortunately, they're such tanks that once you get within like a tenth of another car, you can't actually overtake properly, especially in iRacing where if any contact is death. And they don't necessarily have much draft, so if you've got draft, you can get close to a car, and then that helps give you that boost to get past them more. Obviously, in Formula 1, they have DRS, but then that's just super cheesy and lame. With the IndyCar lights or whatever, you have the push to pass thing, but again, it just becomes its own sort of cheesy game. So as a result, sim racing is even worse than real world racing for this, where basically you just get to a point where the best you can have is like a convoy. Porsche Cup is particularly bad for this as well, in sim racing in particular. All you get is just a convoy based off your qualifying, and then there's very little you can do as a driver, right? Whereas certain cars, depending on the skill range as well, if there's wider skill range, there'll be more variability and more overtaking opportunities. If there's a larger grid or it's a longer race, that can help because people have different strategies and things. There's more range in the pace. Or you've got cars with more draft, or stuff like Formula Ford MX-5. They're so narrow that you can have 3 or 4 cars wide whilst racing, which means that it's less of a just pure hot lap race, right? So these are things that affect sim racing quite. they're worse in sim racing in many ways than real driving. In real motorsport, there's normally quite a bigger range, especially in amateur like club level racing. There's a huge range in skill level, a much wider range than sim racing because there's just less competition. So that increases variability. And the conditions and everything's so variable, and people haven't had as much practice, so it opens things up a lot more. To be fair, LMU actually, because it allows for quite good car contact, you actually have a lot more opportunities with GT3 and LMP2 than you do in some other sims. Well, bike racing is a whole different thing though, because that's more about there's a lot more to do with preemptive line through a corner in a bike race, but obviously there's the strategy of the drafting and lining it up, and I'd just say it's a different activity. You can't really compare. It's just a different thing. I do think it's a superior motorsport, like motorsport, a sport with motors. Motorbike racing is like an actual, much more athletic thing, I'd say. I mean, it's even then that's hard to define, because it's like, well, if you were to take a Formula 1 driver driving on a really hot day in their race suit and everything, that's pretty mental, right? But you know what I mean? Fundamentally, a motorcyclist is using their body more than a race car driver as a large part of the driving. It's a different activity though, so it's really hard to draw parallels. But yeah, it's less prone to that stagnation that comes from a vehicle not being able to pass another vehicle. That's a good way of putting it, I think.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race.
Oh, I don't want to be first. We'll pull over.
Formation lap has started.
We'll just pull over. Oh, I didn't know we had to start. Hello, Calbrez, new GT3 car. This is LMP2 that's got the tire update to it. It's just probably a little bit more snappy in rotation. Maybe it feels. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell because we're at Silverstone. Yeah, my head is like proper spiky. He sounds like that in real life, Dr. Lom. Actually, it's the same person. Why pull over? Because this is AI, and I don't want to be just driving around by myself. Am I? Are those all? That's why it's messed up. Why has it done that? They all look the same. It's because I didn't click the box. No, I did. Why? Hang on. There we go. That's why. Let's just go straight to race here. I think the UI in this is better than iRacing. Even iRacing's new UI as well. If you're going to compare between sims, not that it matters. I don't mind how iRacing looks now or how it looked before, but. It is what it is. Yeah, I think LMU needs something exciting. But it's fine if you like GT3 and you like just the racing online. I think they're doing a good job at what it says on the tin. Like, it's like the baked beans of sim racing. LMU, I think it's like, it's not exciting. It's not the best in many ways. It's a bit dull, but if you've got a nice sim rig, it's baked beans on toast, isn't it? You can have a nice race. It's kind of fulfilling. It's not annoying, really. It's there. Well, I wouldn't even say it's bland. Like, the racing can be quite fun because of the car contact. It's just that it's not exciting to me, at least. I can see how it could be exciting to other people, but as a jaded person, cars are more mentally draining. Yeah, I guess with cars, it's like an absolute precision of being super duper duper precise. So I could see how that's. I mean, not that you'd have to be precise on bikes, but yeah. But at the end of the day, the driver's going to be focusing on whatever they're focusing on. Yeah, it's not a bad game. Like, that's the thing. Why has it gone back to rain? Default, for some reason it keeps wanting to default back to rain weather, or maybe it's because I selected a different. It literally just keeps making it wet. Go away, rain. It's wet enough in real life. Not that I don't mind the rain, but this is in Northamptonshire, which is next to Buckinghamshire. Silverstone's in the middle of a bloody field. It's like 40 minutes from Milton Keynes. No trains. You have to. It takes 40 minutes in a taxi from Milton Keynes. Well, 35 minutes. 30 minutes to get to the track, 5 minutes to get to whatever you're doing. Normally when they do events at Silverstone, it's in the big wing building that you can see there at the top left. And to get to the wing building, if you go through the main entrance, you have to drive all the way through the track. It's not like Brands Hatch where you just go in the front door and there you go. There's the... Silverstone is ridiculous in terms of, like, driving through it. It's like a bloody maze. Right.
Formation lab has started.
I need to, after this race, I think I'll go, need to get some food. I've just eaten porridge all day, guys. It's terrible. I need some, like, vegetables or something. I need some, like, actual food. Oh dear. Maybe like a really nice sandwich would be good, like some fresh tomatoes. Ah, mushrooms. I'm gonna get some mushrooms and butter and garlic. That'd be nice. Yes, I'm gonna make some fried beans and mushrooms. There we go. Just eat more porridge. Oh man, I'm so hungry. Porridge just doesn't fill me up. Even when I eat loads of it, it just doesn't feel like I've eaten. I need fruit and vegetables.
Green flag, green flag.
This car's a lot more exciting than the GT3s and the LMP3. seemed I might be imagining things. It seems like the car's a little bit more nimble. Yeah, so I think this is good. I think this makes up for how shit the LMP3 car is. not that the LMP3. I'm not blaming motorsport games for that. I think that's just the car in real life is probably shit. So. I've dented his car. That's how it works, Nismo, in every sim. If you... It's to do with the fan bases of sims are like... It's to do with human behaviour as well. Basically, there's a majority of people that always make an argument from status quo. Not the band. But basically, they've not thought about stuff for themselves. And so whatever something currently is what it is, and well, that is it. That's the authority, and it is what it is. So it's like a sort of conservatism in a sense, and it's an argument from what it is, and then anything that's a deviation from that is questioning what something is or could be, and it requires you to have a greater contextual understanding of something for you to be able to question why something is how it is, right? To compare, contrast, and think how it could be better or worse, or why how it is might not be that good, right? The problem is, if you lack knowledge and awareness about things, or that you lack the contextual understanding, you are more prone to argue from it being what it currently is, and also perceiving whatever the other person's saying as them just making something up, because you can't perceive of what they're actually saying, otherwise they would have already have noticed it themselves. so it's a very and it's a way of someone to be defensive of their own experience, especially in the case of driving sims. If they happen to already be fans of the simulator or the game, they're already happy with it, right? So any suggestion or any deviation that might be, it could be better, or this is worse than it should be, is basically you ruining their enjoyment of the game. And so they will then jump to the defense, sort of the defense of what it currently is. But the irony is, when the developer fixes the game with the very obvious thing that you were pointing out that's a totally reasonable thing, instead of that person going, oh yeah, I was actually totally wrong, it turns out that actually this was an obvious issue, and you can really tell by seeing the difference between the old thing and the new thing, you can really see now, instead of them going, oh sorry mate, yeah, I was obviously wrong, you know, clearly I just didn't know, you know, that's fine, you know, it's understandable that I would get it wrong. Instead of them doing that, they then go, oh no, the old thing was fine, but the new thing is just better. And then it moves on. And that's how it is. That's how it goes. So this is what you notice with lots of stuff in life as well. you will see like really good positive social change. I don't know, like a 5-day working week, or people being paid a reasonable amount of money, or healthcare and what have you. And you'll have people arguing against these things to death in defence of things that are completely against their own interests. They'll argue them to death. The moment that it changes for the better, and it's better for them, they will immediately be like, oh yeah, no, I totally agree, it's how it should have been all along. And if you're someone that's sort of a bit creative, or you're aware on certain issues, and you're open-minded to these things, you're just like, oh my god, you're just like, bloody hell, it's so dumb. But the positive is, people that are generally a bit open-minded but haven't thought about something, when someone says to them, like I'd say, I don't know anything about e-bikes, for example. If someone said to me, oh, your current e-bike, it doesn't charge very quickly, or it's prone to water ingression on the motor, but this new e-bike allows you to jet wash your motor without the risk of the water damaging it, so it's the new e-bikes. But I'd be like, oh, great, fantastic. Because you don't have so it's fine to be accepting of the current thing, but the key thing is to not be dogmatic about your acceptance of the current thing. So it's fine to enjoy something from a position of ignorance, but not to be resistive to someone putting out there a logical, reasonable, or evidential explanation as to how it could be better or different. And that's the problem. There's a lot of people, not everyone, but there's a sizable number of people that are unable to... It is actual open-mindedness. Unfortunately, the term open-mindedness has been co-opted by complete bell-end morons. So... sadly, but yeah, critical thinking. I know what's weird is, right, even if you disagree with someone, I will watch like documentaries and read history books and things on stuff where I'm like, I'm pretty sure that the person's made up a bunch of things or is really wrong. Or like random books I'm reading on whatever, and I'll be pretty sure I'll be like, okay, I don't really fully agree with that, but then there's aspects to what they're saying that paint part of what could be the truthful picture, or just give you they're not even claiming an absolute, they're just presenting a hypothetical interpretation, so it just gives you an interesting perspective to think about something. So for example, I read quite a few books about East Germany and the Berlin Wall and things, and you have some quite interesting stuff from East Berliners that had positive things to say about stuff, or had various angles on it with positives and negatives. And it's like, well, yeah, that's quite interesting. I don't necessarily agree with what they're saying or what was good or bad for people or whatever, but it's just more perspective, isn't it? The more perspective you consume on things, the more rounded and nuanced of a view you can have on things, and the less robotically dogmatic and single-minded you are about things. So, anyway, I blame Nismo for that one, that rant. That was a Nismo rant. I am super dogmatic on my tea though. Yorkshire tea I'm pretty happy with at the moment. People who don't have an internal monologue. Well, that's different though. Like, I know what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but you know what's really interesting is that internal monologue thing. Is you don't necessarily need an internal monologue to still be critical. Like, so for example, I have a very visual memory. Like, things are playing out in my head more as like patterns and pictures, and like it's not an internal monologue. It's more like a non-dialogue film. It's really weird. Like, I'm not actually talking to myself in my head a lot of the time. I'm just comparing things visually. Like, some things as well are not even like literal. Like, I'll be thinking about something that I don't fully understand, and it will literally be like abstract shapes coming together that then makes me understand it. So the point is, internal dialogue isn't necessarily the crux to still being to be able to think about stuff. But I agree with the essence of what you're saying now. The point I'm making is word language is just one language. Understanding it can be a whole bunch of things. Probably a better example of that is like if you do music, you might be hearing different things and thinking how it goes together, and you're not using words to work out what goes together. I thought the AI was good in that. That was good. So, like, if you were an average person and you're like, oh, I want to race. I've just watched a GT3 race, LMP2 race at Silverstone, and I want to do a race with AI. I was obviously just a 10-minute race. I don't know what it's like with longer racing, but most people can't do like 10-minute races without crashing. So I thought that was pretty good. AI seemed quite fun to race against whilst we were talking. You would have your tap water checked if you see colourful shapes, Russ. It's sort of like pareidolia, isn't it? Not pareidolia. What's it called? Synesthesia. I have a degree of that with how I think about stuff. That's quite common. Synesthesia is quite common. I mean, Yorkshire. No, just plain Yorkshire. But I might get some Yorkshire Gold actually. Come to think of it. How's the overall? I don't know. I'm not the person to ask because I've never driven a real car, so I don't know. I think it's all right. Like the physics are fine in this game. It's a bit dull to drive, but you could do a better force feedback. We've got Jamie Chadwick in here. Oh, I got beaten by Jamie Chadwick. Chadwicked. She wicked me. Chadwick is such a random name. I am Earl Chadwick of Chadwickton. I command that the peasants of Chadwick must present me food today. I demand that the people of Chadwick bow down before their queen. Chadwick. I am King Chadwick. Such a posh name. Oh dear. What a race driver name. Chadwick. There's no... What a Chad. What a Chad. Jean-Baptiste. Pope Jean-Baptiste IV. I don't know about updates to the BOP. I'm too shit to notice. I think they did actually though. I think someone said they changed stuff. Takeshi Kimura. It's Takeshi Kimura! Oh, it looks like Kimi Raikkonen has crashed and... Oh, Tarquini is through, but hot on his tail is Takeshi Kimura. Oh, there's been contact. They didn't want that to happen. And Mansell's moustache has fallen off. Yeah. What a bastard! What a good name. I wish that was my name. You bastard! Such a good name. Yeah, those are the name. That's the name humour for today. Hope you enjoyed the name jokes. Thank you for appreciate those names. Nothing more funny than mocking people's names, I find. I'm safe because my name's so boring. There's nothing you can say. The only thing you can say about my name is that it's so boring and generic. Oh, it's like a compass direction. It's like, well, that's that. You know, it's just lame. My name is so shit it protects me from name mockery. Will I drop a video? Might do. What should we call the video? LMU's game-changing update. Game changer. Batman.
I'm Batman. My parents were killed in front of me. I'm an orphan child.
Yeah. Game changing. It's all game changing. Right, that was good fun. Good. I think I'd say really good work by the developers, though. I think Motorsport Games and Commander Steve Hood of Nottinghamshire. I think they've done a good job. You know, it feels like a good, solid game for what it is. You know, I don't know what the player numbers are though. Let's see. I don't think there was that much hype for this update. Steam charts. I don't feel like there was that much hype for this. Let's have a look at the player numbers already. Oh no, it's lost 11% over the last 30 days. Oh dear. Peak players at the moment. Or is that like a bug or something? Or is that, I know that's just, let's see. It seems to be mostly grown. It's mostly grown. So 8,000, 6,000. I think maybe some people are a little bit bored of it. But it's 686. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see this month. It has gained over the last May, June, July, August. It grew in player numbers. So yeah, this month's not finished yet. So massive, but it's probably because they have to pay quite a bit to license the racetrack, and they probably want to pay for it directly. I don't know. I don't know how they do their accounts. Let's do 1 month, 3 months. Okay, it's kind of, when it first came out, when did it come out of early access? Was that July? And then the player numbers have kind of just sort of hovered at around 4K, 5K, which isn't terrible, especially if those are monthly subscribers. That's monthly revenue you've got coming in, but I think they need a little bit more growth. It's going to be interesting to see what the player numbers are like in some of the other games that come out. Let's see Evo. Assetto. Right. See, Evo's languishing. 2,000 players. I mean, last 30 days, but yeah, Evo's not doing very well. Obviously, early access, can't complain. What about the original AC here? Oh no, original AC's losing players as well. 17,000. Bloody hell. I don't know. Like the player numbers for AC, is it all people with like just driving around circles? It's just hit a wider market, hasn't it? What's ACC? Let's see. Let's see the ACC. I feel like LMU. I feel like LMU is basically replaced ACC and is cannibalising ACC. Now, ACC still has the same sort of 4,000, 5,000 players. So, I mean, have we got anyone in chat? Are you guys playing both ACC and LMU? I don't know, Martin. It probably is included in the season pass, I would have thought. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Maybe they just made a mistake. Or maybe they have to have it separated, I don't know. Who is an ACC loser with no sense of force feedback in chat that now only plays LMU apart from SMG music? ACC's more dull to drive than LMU. Not really. It was fine. I think the LMP3 car's fine. It's just boring. Some people might like it. There's nothing wrong with it. I think they've done a good job, but Rob Walker, poor guy. What else is there? But BeamNG. So it's going to be super interesting to see how well like Rennsport does and Project Motor Racing, because they're both on the console. They're coming out on console as well. So I mean, I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't like these games," but it's like it's kind of important for sim racing, for the health of sim racing as an industry on the software side, that they hopefully sell okay. BeamNG. Oh, it's not coming up. Let's try Wreckfest. Right. Wreckfest 2 has no players. Wreckfest 2 only has 400 players. I enjoy Wreckfest. How come Wreckfest doesn't have that many players when it's such a good game? Average players is like 1,000. What's that about? Wreckfest is so fun though. It's got different physics and a whole bunch of stuff to it. The Wreckfest is on console as well though, so maybe if you add those numbers up, because this is just Steam numbers. I do think console is like the key for driving games. I think you do have to release on console, because there is a market on PC for hardcore simulators, so it's a niche, but it's not a wider market. Yeah, they haven't marketed it that much. I don't think anyone's playing R-Factor 2 because Verstappen said to uninstall it, so sim racers have to listen to what drivers say. They can't think for themselves. That was so funny. I mean, how stupid was that? Right, imagine you're a company, right? And you're doing like the most prestigious event with loads of real world drivers playing your software, and it's like this sort of tentpole event in that industry, and then you've got a game, and then the current most prominent driver in the world tells everybody to uninstall your game. That is honestly, I can't think of like the worst thing that could actually ever happen to a video game developer. Fair play to them. They've come back with LMU. They've done really good. But imagine if you're like you're a simulator that's predicated on the lie of that it's realistic and real drivers would think it's okay and it captures real driving. It's not really the point of simulators, but that's the marketing BS that they go with. And then imagine like the top driving simulator saying, uninstall the game on the biggest event that you do. Oh dear. But LMU have done awesome. Motorsport Games have done awesome with this. Oh dear. Yeah, it's 200 people playing R-Factor 2. 500 players. They're having fun. 500 of them are Michi Hoyer running the game on 500 computers. How many people are in iRacing? You can't really get the numbers for iRacing. Most people in iRacing are on the iRacing forums. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that iRacing's got quite a few users in it because you can just look at the splits. Yeah, the Steam numbers for iRacing are like... Oh, it's still like 2,000 on Steam, and that's not even representative. Yeah, most people on iRacing are just using it as a way to shout at each other. Yeah, but they're not actually driving Nismo. They've just got the. There's a lot of iRacers that all they do is play iRacing. They just have it open in the background. But it's definitely quite popular. Like if you've got. Well, hang on. If you do this. Why does it log me out? Oh, I can't be bothered to log back in right now. if you go through it though, you could see what's in it. I don't think we have been banned. I don't think we've done anything to warrant getting banned. I think you can still log in even if you're banned as well. Yeah, people just want to drive bloody... they just want to drive bloody... what's it called all the time? GT3. In everything, sim racers are terrible people. It's what is wrong with sim racers, honestly. Oh, GT3, I really got a GT3. Oh, Porsche, GT3. Oh. Honestly. Do you think it is because are sim racers genuinely the most boring people on earth? Do you think that's what it is? And then, like, train sim fans drive more trains, different trains and routes than bloody sim racers drive different cars. Like, train sim fans, they will pick a different loco, a steam train, or like a whatever train. Phantom Racer.
GT3 is the only
out.
series for me, Lil Gamer.
No.
Gamer 5 number.
It's alright, BRT. They've tweaked the physics of the LMP2. It seemed a little bit more nimble, a bit more fun to drive, I think. Tiny bit. Force feedback still the same, still a bit dull. LMP3 is boring, like an LMP3 car. Totally fine though. It is what it is. Bit more polish, I think, is a way to just see it. I'm trying to blag a CD key for Train Sim World 6 that comes out at the end of this year. I bumped into someone from Dovetail Games and I forgot to get the contact. I could have like blagged it off them. I was too busy just talking to them about random shit. Oh dear, I'm not even good at like getting keys for myself. But yeah, because I'm not buying it. All I want to do is the southeast coast as well. Not southeast. I want to do the train line that goes like to Paignton. Well, we'll live stream it, but like if I spend £60 on it, I'm not getting that money back. Yeah, it wasn't. It was a missed opportunity, but like it wasn't at work, so that's another thing. I tend not to, even if I meet someone that's in the industry, I try. I mean, if you're at a trade show, fine. But if you're not at a trade show, generally try to avoid talking about work. You know, people don't really want to talk about work when they're not at work, right?
Oh, can I have a key, please?
Yeah, I mean, no, not Game Pass. But yeah, what were we saying? Train sim, top notch. Yeah, I just want to do the coastal route. That'd be fine. But yeah, it's not. We're not going to get many views from it. So it's not. It wouldn't be a good business decision. This is what I do in my spare time. I'm like a cat playing with a laser pen. Right, I need to get some food. I'm starving. So I'm going to go and get some food. But that was fun. I had fun. I don't know about you guys. Thanks to everybody that joined in. And also the new supporters for the sponsors of Sim Racing Expo. Appreciate the support for that. Awesome. We will we'll be back soon for some more streaming at some point. It was good fun. Nice update. Maybe we'll do a video covering the update and telling people what to think about it so they don't need to think for themselves. I might just play some CS tonight. I'm a bit tired again, but yeah, might just do some CS and stuff. But we do have those helicopters to set up. But it's going to take that's going to be a right pain in the ass to set up. But I know you guys enjoy that kind of suffering, so that is something, isn't it? But yeah, thanks guys for subscribing, being members and watching and stuff. It's good. It's fun little stream. Only a short 5-hour stream, just a little pocket stream, like a Polly Pocket, Mighty Max. I'm going to send you off to a German in the UK, virtually. Bye.